In this project, I'm cloning the layout and styles on the home page of a website called nitpicks.com using HTML, vanilla CSS, and vanilla JavaScript. It's the UI only and not a full clone of the site. I'll also walk through a LAMP stack server setup on DigitalOcean with rsync deployment and DNS settings. It was originally recorded during a live stream, but I've edited out all chat and conversations not related to the project. There's a link to the Git repository and production site linked in the description below. Enjoy! So we're just gonna create our index.html. Let's see, there we go. But I'm pretty excited about a project that is actually going to be a real deployed site. So okay, so let's start with header, with the class of header, main, with the class of main, and footer, with the class of footer. And then in our header, let's see here. What was it? Option command 0, option command 0. There we go. So we'll do a little banner up at the top. I'm going to say div banner. And so we have just like a sentence with a call to action. Save up to 40% on your favorite Halloween colors. And I kind of feel like we should put this in paragraph tags, especially since we are going to add an anchor link. That feels semantic to me. Save now, shop now. And then let's, let me see here, HTML characters, character codes. Right here. Don't they have like a double greater than, or yeah, right here, right here. So this is the, I'm going to use the HTML code for this. Yeah. And then I'm going to do another div with a class of nav container. And then we'll do a logo, h1, class of primary logo. And then I'm going to put in a span with a class of access hidden. And a couple things to keep in mind when you make an SVG with a tool like Affinity Photo, it's going to put in some extra things here that we don't need. So I'm going to delete those. Well, we don't want that there. Just want that there. And then my SVG will be aria hidden true. Perfect. Let's collapse that. Then we'll do nav with a class of navigation. That's our container. And then I'm going to do a UL with the class of main underscore nav. And then we'll do an LI with anchor links. And then these will be links that will anchor to sections on the page. So I'm just going to put in these names until I come up with my own. So we will update some content next weekend. How many are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Seems like a lot. Although Nitpicks is a big website. So kits and bundles. Kits and bundles, needles and hooks. Oh, Knitpicks has great needles. I have many Knitpicks interchangeable needle sets. They're very good. Patterns, books. And tools. And I'm going to stop there. And then we're going to give this an ID of main nav. And then let's put in a button. They type equal to button. And we're going to have to go and grab and let's grab some of our branded icons while we're here. So I'm going to do LinkedIn. Or excuse me, GitHub, LinkedIn, and Instagram. What else do we need? So we've got our icons, we have our logo. Let's grab, let's try to use some HTML entities. So I'm going to go back and grab an arrow for this. A star. I guess we can grab a star. Sure. Sure, why not? And then let's look for another arrow. Okay, I'm just going to use this. Right there. Well, we'll leave this open. I don't think we need this right now. We'll leave that open. So, but that's going to be our arrow. Okay, SVG. So we want, here's our menu. And say aria hidden true. And we also need to do aria controls. Whoops. Aria controls main nav. So it's a sibling element to the nav element, and we're just telling screen readers, hey, this controls the main navigation. We're also going to do aria expanded, and by default this will be false. So we will write JavaScript that changes aria expanded true to when this button is clicked, and on mobile the navigation is open. And so aria controls, aria expanded, aria label, type button, and then an SVG aria hidden true. Next, we're going to put a button inside the nav element, also with aria label. This is going to be close menu, and also type button. And I think these will also need a class. So usually what I like to do is I'll do one class that's unique, so open button, and then I'll say menu button. And then for this, I'll do a class that says close button, but also menu button. So I've got the option to style these together, But I've also got a unique class, so I can target these with JavaScript. Usually I need to be able to target the open button with JavaScript, so we can do the click event and we can change the ARIA expanded attribute when it's open or closed. So there's that. Okay, so now the button inside the nav element doesn't need ARIA controls, and it doesn't need ARIA expanded because it is inside the container. So we don't need those things. We just need ARIA label close menu so people know what the button is for. So let's grab our outline, or our close outline rather, close SVG, and we'll say ARIA hidden true. So this is what it takes to have a mobile accessible navigation, and it's pretty straightforward. I mean, I feel like a couple months ago, I once and for all sat down and came up with a formula for a consistent, accessible, responsive navigation, and this works really well for me. So this markup works really well. It's easy to manage. The footprint in terms of JavaScript is very lightweight. I also will add just a tiny little script, so when that drawer is open, you can hit the escape key, and we'll go through and we'll test with keyboard navigation to make sure everything works the way it should, everything gets focused the way it should. So there's that. Okay, so the final thing that I want to add here in the header, so here's our nav container. Well, let's see here. We have the nav container, we have the H1, which is the primary logo. We have this button, which will be hidden on desktop. We have the nav element, and then right after the nav element, we're going to add this div. Actually, we're going to do another nav element just for the social media icons, because this is not e-commerce. I won't have search. There's no authentication. I'm going to instead put in social media links. That's also navigation. So we're going to do another nav element with a class of social. And this will also be a UL. And I'll do a class of main social. Oops. Main social. And we'll do an LI with an anchor. I'm going to do a span with a class of access hidden. So we have GitHub. And then let's grab our SVG. And we'll do ARIA hidden true. And then I'm going to do LinkedIn. Also ARIA hidden true. And then Instagram. All right. That's our header. I love it. So we've got our H1, 2 nav elements, our button to open the mobile menu, our button to close the mobile menu. Looks good. Our header is done. So the header is going to be the thing. Clearly when this header, when we style this header, it's going to be fixed because it's going to overlap the hero section, but the hero section does belong in the main element, in my opinion. So that's what I'm going to do. But it's actually going to be a div, not a section, because sections need to have headers. And I'm not planning to have, or rather a heading, like an H1 and H2, something like that. Unless we want to have H2s rotating through our carousel. And then that would make, Well, this would be a new section, so technically these could also be H2s, couldn't they? So if we go to nitpicks, I mean, these could be H2s, right? 12 weeks of gifting, mystery yarn packs, the holiday shop is open, yarn of the month, resilience premium knitting needles. Yeah, those could all be H2s. Okay, I can get on board with that. So we can do a section. You just can't do a section without any kind of heading. So we'll do a section with class of hero. And I'm going to do this like an unordered list. And let's just do 3. And we'll just say slide. Yeah. And I'm going to put the same image in for now because I just don't have any other images. So I'm going to do a figure with the class of figure, and then we'll do an image. And I'm going to do images, fiber and craft, and we'll say colorful skeins of yarn on a tabletop. So that's going to be our slider, and I will grab extra images. And then inside each LI, we'll go ahead and do, we'll do an H2, secondary hero, we'll do that as our class. Secondary hero, I'll say this is the heading, and then we'll do some text. That's a bit much. And then we'll do a call to action. Shop now. And then we would want this to also be inside of a div, right? Like a wrapper of some sort. So we'll say hero text wrap. So we have a slide, we have our image, which will be absolutely positioned against the LI, and then we will have text with a call to action, an H2, a paragraph, and a CTA. Yeah. And then for our dots, let's give this also a class, and we'll just call it hero slides. So we've got the hero slides, and then we've got the slide. And then we're going to need a separate UL for the dots. So we'll say slide dots. Slide dots, so I'll give this a class of dot. And then this for sure is going to have a span with the class of access hidden. And we're just going to call it slide 1. We would probably want to put the name, well, no, if you're just counting, I think slide 1, slide 2, slide 3 is the way to go. So this would be slide 1, slide 2, slide 3. There we go. So this is not going to be a section. This is going to be a div. This is going to be a div because the section doesn't specifically have a header, but each of these items does have a header, right? So yarn and fiber, needles and accessories, new, learning center, patterns, tools. Yeah. Those are, I would comfortably call those, I mean, are they H2s or are they H3s? I mean, it's a new section, but it's not a section element, it's a div, but there's articles. I guess I would call these H3s. If you're thinking about the hierarchy of the page, right? So we've got 6. And then I don't know that I'm going to, put the text over top of the images. And I'll say this for nitpicks. They were very intentional about how they made these images so they could put text over top of the images. Okay, so let's do a div, and we'll call this the card section. And then these are going to be an article with a class of card. And then I'm going to do H3 with the class of tertiary heading. And then we have yarn and fiber. And a call to action. And I'm going to put the call to action inside of paragraph tags because that just feels semantic to me. And everything is shop now with an arrow. Shop now. And what arrow did we decide to use? Right arrow. Oh, and we need to also make sure that we have our image in here. So we'll do a figure with a class of figure. And then our image, just going to use the one that we have for now. Colorful yarn. Okay, so we've got needles and accessories, new. Tools, patterns, learning center. All right, so there's our card section. What is next? So now we have, so I would call this top yarns with a call to action. I would say this top yarns is like an H2, a header for a section. So I am going to put this in a section. This is, in fact, it's a really common pattern to have a heading, a description, a call to action, and then individual sections within that section. And so the Kotlin, the Dishi, the Barocco Vintage, and the sock yarn, Melizos. I know that who this is. It's a Canadian influencer. This is her, I can't remember her name. Twin Stitches Designs. This is her collab with Nitpicks, but I don't know how to pronounce that word. But anyways, this is a common pattern. So I am going to make this a section, and then top yarns will be our H2. And do we have any other similar sections? We do. So this is a very similar section. The images are a different aspect ratio, but this is basically an identical section minus the description. So let's make sure that we style this in a way where the styles will apply to both sections pretty easily. So this, I'm just going to call this a 4-card feature. Four cards. And so I have an H2 with a secondary heading. And So I gave this h2 a class of secondary hero. So I'm going to give this one a class of secondary heading, top yarns, and we would want, I think we would want top yarns and the description to be in a container, and we want the call to action to be in a separate container. So I'm going to say div, let's say give it a description. And then we'll put this in a paragraph tags. So we've got description, and then I'm going to do another paragraph tag with a class of CTA. Shop category. And I think that this also needs to be inside of a div. So we'll do description. I'm going to call this description. And I'm going to call this description wrap. So it wraps the whole thing. So now, when we're styling this, we can style this on the left and this on the right inside this container. And then we'll need another container for our grid. So we'll say div.grid. Whoops. And then in our grid, we'll do 4 articles. Grid item. And then we'll do figure with a class of figure, and then I'll add square. Just like that. Colorful yarn. Do you see how much lazier my alt text is getting as we go? And then if this is an H2, we're going to go ahead and make these H3s. And I am going to call it tertiary heading, but it's going to be a different style because this is also an H3 with tertiary heading. So we're going to have tertiary heading, but different styles. So we'll just write different styles for those classes within their parent containers. Or I might change it next week. You never know. You never know. Kotlin. And then I'm just going to put in a little bit of paragraph tags with a little lorem ipsum because it's not an e-commerce site. So, and then I'm going to do another paragraph with an anchor element. And I'm just going to say read more. I think that'll work. So we'll have 4 of these. All right, now we have a full width banner, and then yarn of the month would be like our H2. I think I'm gonna skip this little, what do you call this, flag banner? I know there's a name for this, I can't think of it. I'm gonna skip that. This would just be a big, nice image. And then, so I'm gonna do an H2 with a paragraph and a call to action. section full width. And then I'm going to do an H2 secondary heading yarn of the month. And since my picture is, well, so first of all, Brava is acrylic, and I wouldn't say I never knit or crochet with acrylic. I mostly knit with wool, but let's do, the picture is wool of the Andes. The Andes bulky. So that is our yarn of the month. Yarn of the month, wool of the Andes bulky. And I'm going to put in paragraph tags. There we go. And then we'll do another call to action. See more. Oh, and we actually have to put in our image. Figure with the class of figure. Colorful yarn. All right, there's our full width section. Well, actually, this needs to be inside of a container for styling, doesn't it? So we'll call this the pill wrap, because it does have a pill-like shape. So now we have this nice pill wrap shape that'll be aligned off to the left. All right, and now we just have some links. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I'm going to style this like navigation, but and they're shaped like buttons. They are not buttons, they are links. So let's just do, we'll do another section with an H2. So we'll do this, the links section, and we'll do an H2 secondary heading. Start knitting today. Oops. And then I'm going to put this in a nav element. So we'll do nav underscore links. And I think I'm just going to do anchor elements. I'm not going to put it in a UL because anchor elements are they're inline elements by default. We can change them to inline block for styling, but even as inline block, they're still going to line up really well. So that's a good organic way to deal with that. Acrylic yarns, alpaca yarns. And I'm going to leave it at that. So that's our link section. Let's grab our 4 cards. This is basically going to be duplicated, except we're going to change this. Not 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. I'm going to change this to portrait so we can make sure that we have a different aspect ratio on this section. Honestly, you know what we should do is, rather than putting it on the figures, let's just put it on portrait. Yeah, that makes more sense to me. What's next? So this would be like a testimonial. And I'm going to do a div because this doesn't have a heading. So we'll do a div testimonial. And we're going to do 2 containers. So we'll do a block quote. What else can a block quote have? I'm going to do a div, and we'll just give it a class of block. And then I'm going to do a block quote with paragraphs. And I'm going to do a div with the class of stars. Whoops, stars. So here's our stars. And this is going to be purely decorative. So I think I'm actually even going to put aria hidden true on the div, just to make sure. Because I don't personally think it has a lot of narrative value. I think it's just decorative. Convince me. And then I'm going to do a site with an M dash. Christine. And then what? And then we have another call to action. Shop now. And then we're going to do a figure next to it. Figure with the class of figure with an image. And that's that. So we'll go ahead and we'll do another section for Instagram, and we've got 6 images. And I kind of just want to steal. Let's see here. I'm just going to steal something. Whoops. So here is our Instagram section, and then we'll put in an H2 secondary heading. Follow us on Instagram. Visit us on Instagram. So we'll do section about us. Okay, so I'm going to put the logo. Whoops. My God, it's a huge logo. Okay. Aria hidden, true. Let's go ahead and collapse that. And I'm going to do an H2 secondary heading about us. This is going to be such a fun website. I'm excited to build this. And then we'll do a paragraph. We'll do another paragraph with an anchor element. Learn more. And this is probably going to need to be inside of a wrapper. Is there anything else I forgot to put inside a wrap? I think I forgot to put a wrap around. So this doesn't need a wrap. I think this will need a wrap. This will need a wrap. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think this will need a wrap. Yeah, I'm going to do that really quick. So this is our top banner. This is our nav container, which would serve as a wrapper. So that's okay. I think our hero is fine because we've got an unordered list, which is basically the container. Same with the dots. Then we've got our card section. This is going to need a wrap. And then this is also going to need a wrapper. I think the full width section is fine. I actually think that this would be fine too. The nav element kind of serves as a wrapper, and the H2 is going to be center aligned. So this would need a wrap though. This is going to need a wrap. Because that's going to be to the left, that's going to be to the right. I think that just these images are going to need a wrap because the heading will be centered and we'll need a container to do, probably we'll do grid, CSS grid for the images, and then that has a wrap. Yeah. So let's go ahead and get started with our styles. Starting with creating a style.css. We'll go ahead and get started writing just some base styles. Let's also create a normalize.css. Normalize is a browser reset. Back in the day, like 10, 12 years ago, I've been a developer for 12 years. I started learning development though about 15 years ago. And browser resets were a very big deal when I started learning in 2009, 2010. I think they're still recommended now. I still use Normalize. Different browsers do have different base styles. It's called a user agent style sheet. Normalize is considered a browser reset, but it's, in my opinion, not as aggressive as a true browser reset. Normalize, in my opinion, sort of smooths out and normalizes, literally, the different browsers. Okay, so normalize CSS. All right. And let's go ahead and add these. Get these linked. So there's normalize. Make sure that comes after, or excuse me, before your style sheets. We also need to grab some typography. I said that I wasn't going to look at the nitpicks source code. So let's just sort of take a look here and see what we think some of this typography might be. So I think that we have, clearly we have both serif and sans serif. I would say that the serif is used for headers and the sans serif is used for pretty much everything else. So I'm going to guess that the serif is Open Sans, or maybe, let's see. No, not Open Sans. Let's just peruse some of the sans serif fonts here. I know I've seen it before. Yeah, it doesn't have to be an exact match. I just would like it to be somewhat similar. Fig Tree. Look at the Y and look at the G. And the T also. I think this looks pretty darn close. Pretty darn close. Yeah, I'm gonna go with Fig Tree. These are from a different project. We'll take those out. And then let's check, let's make our best guess at what we think this serif font is. I'm going to use Gilda Display because I don't want to spend too much more time on this. And we're going to get the look and feel of nitpicks that I want to achieve. So Fig Tree is going to be the typeface that we use on the body element. Gilda Display is going to be the typeface that we define for all of the headers. So that's that. So there we go. We have our fonts, we have Normalize, and we have our style sheet. So let's go ahead and start with just some base root styles. So I'm going to start with white and black, but I never do pure black. I usually do like a dark kind of charcoal gray. And then I'm going to do kind of like a light gray, and then an actual light gray. And we do need to define some more colors. We might actually want to do that now. Let's go to Adobe Color. And let's see here, create, extract. And this is the image that I added last week. Let's just pull a color palette out of this. And if you haven't used Adobe Color before, oh, whoops, that's not what I wanted. If you haven't used Adobe Color before, I know there are other apps that do this. It's very powerful and it's really fun. Just take an image that you like, and we've got some options here. So I'm going to go, let's try bright, muted. Ooh, I like that. Deep, I like that too. Dark, I kind of like colorful. And so we get a snapshot here of what this is. So let's do this. And then we're going to we can do these one at a time. So we'll go navy, and this is yellow, gold, I'm going to call this tan. And what is this? Maroon. Maroon. And then I think we can check See, this frustrates me because I feel like you should be able to go directly from extract theme to accessibility tools and it'll just have the colors here. Clearly it's not working that way. So let's do this instead. Color, contrast, checker. We'll just do this instead. So let's just wrap our head around what exactly passes contrast and what doesn't. So if our background is white, I'm pretty sure this navy is going to be fine, but let's just make sure. Yep, no problems there. I don't think this gold is going to pass anything, or yellow rather. Yeah, fails across the board. So this yellow is going to have to be purely an accent color. It can't be used for text or any graphical objects, anything like that. Let's see how gold does. So the gold will work for large text and it'll pass the WCAG AA standard, and it also passes for graphical user objects. Large text is right here. Large text is defined as 14 points, typically 18.66 points, and bold or larger. So we just have to remember, so probably 18.66. So let's do this. We're just going to say large text 18.66 px. Well, really, we would want to do that as rems, wouldn't we? So let's do this. So 16 is 1 rem divided by 18.66. I think I went in the wrong direction. 18.66 divided by 16 is 1.16625 rems. 1.16625 rems. So that's going to be our large text size, or our minimum. Here, we'll do, let's just call it the minimum large size. .66 pixels. There. And what about the tan color? Oh, and this also passes for large text. So gold and tan pass for large. So far navy will work for everything. Let's see what this will. And this also passes for everything. So this is large only. Tan is large only. This is all. Oops. This is all. This is accent only. And this is all. So now we know what works where. All right. So now we have a color palette. And we'll tuck those away just in case. Okay, so now let's start with some base styles. So on HTML, I always say box sizing. On the HTML element, I always say box sizing border box. And then I do wildcards for before, after, and then just a wildcard. Also box sizing border box. And then on my body element, I say padding 0, margin 0. Oh, and we forgot to grab our fonts. Hang on. Let's go back to Google. Let's grab the names of our fonts. So fig tree is the sans serif and Gilda is the serif. So I'm going to put fig tree on the body, the weight to 400. And I'm going to say font size 100%. Oops, every time. Line height 1.65%. That's the line height that I tend to always go with on the body styles. Line height is meant to be a unitless number. I think the browser will accept units like pixels, rems. It's meant to be a unitless number. It is a multiple of the font size. Then I'm going to say color black. That's for all of our text will be black. And then background color is white. Just like that. So these are the body styles that I always start out with. Next, let's just do some kind of generic styles. So figure, because I use figure tags for everything, browser always gives figures a lot of margin. So I'm going to set that to 0. And then images are by default display inline. I always set them to display block. Really helps with styling. We say max width 100% and height auto. That keeps them nice and responsive. Good base styles for images. I also like to do base styles for SVGs. SVGs by default are also display inline, so I set them to display block. Sometimes I do display inline block because I still want them to be in line with a lot of text. I don't think I need to do that for this project, but we can switch it if we need to. But changing them to display block makes it so much easier to style your SVGs. I'm also going to do a width of 3 rems and a height of 3 rems. And this will probably change. I do this just because you're going to see here. Do you see how dramatically different our page looks now? It just helps get the page under control when you set a width and a height and change those SVGs from display inline to display block. And then we can go through our page and fine tune the sizes of those SVGs, but it just kind of gets the page back into shape. The other thing that we need to do is SVGs almost always have a ton of inline styles. And you will have a very difficult time styling your SVGs, the fill and the stroke, if you don't go through and take out those inline styles. So we're going to go ahead and do that now. This is the logo. I don't know if our logo has any inline styles. Let's do this. Let's just search. Let's search for fill. Just so we can see what we're up against. So here we see fill none. This is a great example. Fill none, stroke current color. We can leave fill none here because this is the SVG saying this SVG has a border, it doesn't have a fill. And so that's completely fine. It's the stroke. So let's go through and highlight everything that has current color. And it doesn't looks like there's only 2. So we're going to take out current color and leave that attribute blank. But I know that the SVGs that we used had a did we use other SVGs? I could be confusing this with another project. But let's go through and see. So there's stroke. We'll do stroke equals. That's it. Those are the only 2. Let's do fill equals. Those are the only 2. I might be thinking of a different project. I work on 2 or 3 projects a week at this point, and sometimes they get a little mixed up. Okay, but the point is, take out your inline styles. If you see SVGs, leave the attributes in, that's fine. Just take out the inline styles, and then you will have a lot of control over the styling. So here's a good example. So globally for SVGs, let's just go ahead and do a fill var, and I'm going to put in gold. And actually, I spelled that wrong. Let's see here. Yellow. Just want to show you an example. So we'll do fill yellow and we'll do stroke. I'm just going to say blue. And you can see what has a stroke and what has a fill and how you can control I don't think this design has that many SVGs. You could see there what gets control. So I'm going to set these back to black, and then we'll come back and we have complete control now over styling is my point. If you leave those inline styles in, those inline colors in, and you have trouble styling your SVGs, that's the reason why. So one of the beautiful things about using SVGs is that you have this control with CSS. So just keep that in mind. Okay, so now we're back to black. Looks great. Let's go ahead and give our buttons some base styles. I know people a lot of times like to use appearance none. I don't like to use appearance none. So I'm just going to do border none and background color none, or rather transparent. That is just the way that I like to do it. And you can see now that that cleared out those styles for the buttons. Let's go ahead and style our anchor links. So I'm going to say color. I'm going to use navy. Well, we could use the maroon. Let's use the maroon. And then I'm going to say text, decoration color, transparent. Text decoration thickness, I'm going to do 3 pixels. And then text underline offset, I'm also going to do 3 pixels. And we'll do a focus. Whoops. Hover. And active. Text decoration color is going to be maroon. And then let's add a transition. So we're going to transition the color from transparent to maroon, 300 milliseconds, ease in, out. And you can use any transition that you like. That's just the one that I like to use. And you can kind of see here, you can see that working. That works here too. And then let's grab, we need some styles for Access Hidden. Access Hidden is a class that I write for screen reader friendly text. Let me grab it here from my GitHub. Here it is. So these are screen reader friendly. This is a screen reader friendly set of styles. So if we have text that we don't want to be visible on screen, but we need it to be accessible by a screen reader, that's what we use. That's what I use. And you can see now that the text that was here for these social media icons is gone, but it's still accessible by a screen reader. So there's that. We'll do more styles for buttons once we get to the point where we're actually styling the buttons. We'll do more styles for images and SVGs. These are just base styles that I like to start with. So now let's get started working on this header and navigation. So I'm going to say, how do we want to approach this? So our header is, here's our header. Here's this little top banner. I think we also have some padding on that. Let's do a style for our paragraphs, which let's just remove the margin by default. And let's start with this banner class. And in our mockup, the banner is this kind of orangey red color. I'm going to make it navy. So I'm going to do a background color of navy, and I'm going to make the text white. And then let's just do text align center. And let's give it just a little bit of padding, like maybe 0.5 rems on the top and bottom, 1 rem on the left and right. There we go. And then we clearly need to make sure that our anchor links for this section, whoops, color is white. But we need to make sure that on hover, that we have the correct underline focus. So our text decoration color is going to be white. There we go. All right. So next we have this nav container, and the nav container has a few things going on here. So we've got the H1, the button for the menu, the nav element for the main navigation, and the nav element for the social. The first thing I want to do is I want to hide the open button and the close button because those are for mobile only. So I'm temporarily going to take the menu button class and we're just going to hide those till we get to it. So I'm just going to say display none for now because I just need those to be out of the way till I get to that part of the styling. And so now with those out of the way, for all intents and purposes, I've got an H1, a nav, and a nav, 3 items. And we're inside the nav container. Oops. And I'm just going to say display flex, flex flow, row, no wrap, justify content, space between, so that first and last item are right up against the edge, align items, center, and there we go. So clearly our SVG here, and let's just refresh our memories on what's happening here with the Nitpicks website, because there are some things that I'm going to do differently. Oops, up. Okay, what just happened here? Go back to the home page. Okay, also everything is hot. Everything is hot on the Nitpicks website, so be careful where you click. It's going to take you someplace. I don't like this. I don't like that in order to really see this navigation, you have to hover. In my opinion, that's bad UI. I don't think that that's a good way to do that. I think at the very least, you should have some opacity up here, and on hover, you could go full opacity. So this is just not good UI to me, so I'm not going to do this. So let's put on our header, I'm going to do a background color, and we'll do a little bit of opacity. So I'm going to do some RGBA, so 255, 255, 255, with an alpha transparency of 85%. And you're not really going to be able to see that now because we don't have that overlaid, but we can go ahead and do that. Let's do that now. So on our body, do we want to do fixed or sticky? I guess we could do, no, we would want to do fixed because we want to take it out of the flow. So on our body element, we'll do position relative. And then our header is going to be position fixed. And then let's make sure that we give that a width of 100%, and we'll give it just a padding of 1 rem for now. There you go. Can you see that now? Let's take out the padding on the left and right. There we go. Nothing underneath is styled, but you can see what's going on here. We have some, oh yeah, we're going to want to take out the padding, I guess. There we go. What's happening up on top here? Trying to figure out what's pushing that down. There's something. We just need to say top 0. That's it. That's what we just needed to do. We just needed to say top 0. So we'll say top 0. I'm going to say left 0. There we go. So let's get our nav lined up here. So we've got two things. We've got class navigation, and then we've got nav class social. These could maybe share. Also, I'm going to do display flex, flex flow row, no wrap. I'm going to say justify content center, align items center, and we'll give these a gap of 2 rems. Oh, wrong element, Angela. So we actually need to do these on the UL, the main nav and the main social. Main social. We also need to say padding 0 because they're unordered lists, and we need to say margin 0. And the browser by default gives them padding and margin. And we need to say list style type none to remove the bullets. There we go. It's a pretty good start. It's shaping up. And then let's get our logo over here sorted out, which is our primary logo right here. So it's taking some of these global styles. This is a situation where we're going to change the style. Go right here. So this is the primary logo SVG, and probably want to do a width of maybe about 250 pixels. I'm going to go with that for now. We can adjust that if we need to. And I'm going to say height auto. And I'm also going to say max width 100%, just to keep it flexible. There we go. And that actually did a pretty good job. That did a pretty good job centering it. Let's give our nav container a little padding on the left and right. So I'm just going to say padding on the left and right of 1 rem for now. We can adjust that if we need to. Look at that. Look at that. And these are already styled. There's really nothing else that we need to do here. I'm going to leave them maroon. Maybe we could make that logo a little smaller. Yeah, maybe we could make that logo a little smaller. We could also do, well, I don't think that matters. I think 150 pixels is too small. Whoops. We could do 200. Well, let's get our social media icons. Once we get these properly sized, that's going to help. I'm going to take this down to 200. And then maybe we could just do 0.5 on the top and bottom. That made a big difference. And then let's get our social icons. So we do need these to be, right now they're 48 by 48. They need to be 48 by 48 because that's the acceptable tap target, but the icons themselves are too big. So that's an easy fix. So main social anchor element. This is the anchor element. We want the padding to be, so let's think about this. So if we do padding of 0.5 rems, that would be a total of a rem of padding. I think if we do 0.75 rems and then main social SVG, we would make the width 1.5 rems and the height 1.5 rems. Yeah. So now we've got, oh, and we need to make sure that this is display block. Anchor elements by default are inline elements. So when you add padding and margin or border to an anchor element, you really do need to make sure they're display block or at least display inline block. We want block. There we go. Now we're 48 by 48 and our SVGs are nicely centered. So we have that nice 48 by 48 tab target. I don't think we need that much gap. So for main social, I'm going to change the gap. I'm going to say we need some gap, just not that much. Yeah, that looks pretty good. What do we think? Honestly, that looks great. I like it. I like it. I think that Nitpicks has their header contained. They do not go all the way to the ends. So it might be in our best interest for this nav container to kind of rein this in. This right here. So I think we should put a max width. I mean, this is pretty wide. What is this? I think it's 1200 pixels. So we could say max width. You can use pixels. It's okay. I do like to use rems though. 1200 divided by 16, 75 rems. Let's move this up. And then we'll do some margin. 0 auto. We need that to be a lot wider, maybe 1600. So 100 rems. Kind of feel like I should have been able to do that math. I think theirs is a lot wider. 1800? Let's try 115. That's pretty good. I think theirs is a little bit wider. They have a lot less padding too. A lot less padding. Need some padding. Maybe you just don't need that much padding. So here's our header. Where did I put the padding? Oh, we have to take out the margin here. Look at that. I'm like, why is that so juicy? Come on. Primary logo. It's an H1, so it has a lot of margin by default. There we go. There we go. Now we can control that a little bit better. There, what do we think? I think that's pretty good. I think that is pretty darn good. I think they have a lot less padding on that top banner. And I'm going to change this to have at least one rem on the left and right. I love it. I love it. Let's get a jump on how we're going to handle the on-scroll events. So here's what I am going to do. I am going to make it so anytime we scroll at least 50 pixels, once we get to the 50 pixel point, we're going to add a class to the body that says scroll, scrolled, scrolling, whatever. We're going to add a class to the body. And here's how I'm going to do it. Well, I'll show you. So I recently did a project called Solo Masonry. Right here, where I did an on-scroll event where I changed the size of the SVG and I changed the size of the padding. And you can see here, there's going to be a body class on scroll. And that is how I change the opacity, the padding, the size of any SVGs, anything that I want to animate. We just need to add a class to the body on scroll. So I'm going to go ahead and write a little bit of JavaScript right now and show you how I did that. I don't have it memorized, but it's not very much, so I'm just going to copy it and prepare to have your mind blown. All right, so we do need to have right here a div, and the div is going to be aria hidden true. We don't want any screen readers to accidentally bump into it. And I'm just going to give it a class of onScroll. And this is what we're going to measure as soon as it scrolls 50 pixels. Let's go ahead and add a script.js file. We'll add this to our head. And we need to make sure that we have that defer attribute. And script.js, and then we're going to say so we'll do on scroll query selector on scroll. And then we're going to use intersection observer. And we'll say document, body, class list, add, or rather toggle a scrolled class is intersecting. And we're checking the root margin. And we're going to do it at 50 pixels. Just the top. And then observer, observe, on scroll. So we should get that class now on the body. Let's see here, what did I do wrong? Did I spell something wrong? So here we go. Now it's working. The struggle is real. The struggle is real. So now it's working. Now it's working. Now we get our scrolled class. So we can go. So what is it that we really want to do here? I'm going to argue that we could just change the opacity. We could transition the background color. We can also, on scroll, we could go from fixed to sticky, which is what we're going to want to do for mobile. And then on scroll, we could transition so this doesn't appear, this top border. Yeah, just like that. And we could make it less opacity to full opacity. So that's what I'm going to do. So first let's make it so, whoops. Let's make it so our top banner disappears on scroll. So we do see it scroll out of view. So I think we would want, I feel like we would want, the entire header to be fixed and change to, well, I feel like we would want the entire header to be fixed when it's not scrolled. And then when it's scrolled, we want the header to change to static and the nav container to change to sticky. So position, I'm going to change this to position static. I don't know if this is going to work. And then scrolled nav container can be position sticky. Well, we would want the header, though, the parent container, to be relative. That would have to change to being relative, right? Let's see what happens. That doesn't work. So, oh, it doesn't work because the parent container scrolls out of view. That's why that doesn't work. Yeah. Oh, I have to think about this. Maybe the banner can't be part of the header. But in order for it to be out of the flow and over top of the hero, it has to be fixed. So we still need, okay. So we still need the header to be fixed. So that's not going to change. So we just have to change what we do with the top banner. That's all we have to do, is we have to say, we have to let this kind of scroll out of the window. Oh, I really want to look at the nitpicks. I really want to look at the nitpicks DevTools. Oh, this is such a good challenge. So if we made, well, let's just do sticky. Let's just change it to sticky. Yeah. So we go from position fixed to position sticky. And how tall is the How tall is the banner? The banner is 34.4. So maybe it's position sticky top 35. Oh, opposite direction. It goes in the other direction. Negative 35. Yeah. We just have to make that a little more, we just have to transition the top and make it look like it's scrolling. So on the header, transition, can you transition the top value? I think you can. 300 milliseconds. Probably want to do like a linear, right? What? No, stop it right now. How did I figure that out? Get out of town. How do you not love front-end development? Needs to be a little faster. 50 milliseconds. A little slower. Yes. It's a little like, it's kind of janky, right? Maybe we just need to adjust this. So maybe we make that 35 pixels too. The jankiness is that it goes from fixed to sticky. So maybe we don't change, whoops, we don't change it from to sticky. We just keep it at fixed. There it is. What? How do you not love front-end development? Stop it. Okay. Now, let's change our opacity. So our opacity right now is right here. So we can just do and we'll just make it 100%. And then let's make sure we're also transitioning. So I think we can also do so we'll do background color. I'm going to do, whoops, I'm going to do that at 300 milliseconds, and that is going to be ease in out. It would be more impactful if it had less opacity. And if we have a fairly solid background image, look at that. What? Stop it. I think 65 is a little too light. Let's go with 75. You guys, I had no idea how I was going to do this. I didn't even think about it. So this is obviously thrilling to me. Okay, so let's keep going on our social icons. Let's style these social icons really quick. Okay, so main social. Social nav icons. So right now, these have a background color of, well, I'm going to give them a background color of transparent. And then the SVGs, whoops, we're going to give these a, let's see, they're going to need a fill of black and or a stroke of black. I'm going to do both. And then on hover, I think I'll do, we could do gold on hover. So we'll do main social, anchor. I'm going to do background color, gold. If we don't like it, we don't have to do it. And then for our main social SVG, I'm going to do fill, whoops, white or stroke white. Let's see here. Oh, hang on. Oops. I meant to do this. Focus, hover, active. Same with this. So on focus, hover, active of the anchor element, we're changing the background color from transparent to gold. And then when we focus, hover, active the anchor element, we trigger the SVG fill or stroke, whichever it uses. Just like that. I don't love the gold. I don't love the gold. Let's try the maroon. And I do tend to give buttons like this, I can't believe I'm saying this, border radius. Just a little bit, 5 pixels. It does make it look a little nicer. Whoops. There we go. That does look nice, actually. And then let's give this a transition. We're transitioning the background color. I'm going to say 300 milliseconds. Ease in, out. And then we're also going to transition our SVG. I knew you were going to say that, Malik. It's okay. It's okay. And I'm just going to use the keyword all, which covers fill or stroke. So now we have, look at that nice smooth transition. Just like that. Just like that. Oh, I love it. I love it. Look at that beautiful on-scroll transition. I can't stop it. What do we think? What do we think? Let's do one other thing here. You see how this is kind of like blending in? The other thing we could do is that when we hover, just like on nitpicks, when we hover, it automatically gets that opacity. But also, let's give it a little bit of a border radius. Nitpicks doesn't do this, but I like a border radius. Anytime you have something that's the same color over top of something that's the same color, my preference is a little border radius. So let's do that. So let's give our header, excuse me, box shadow, not border radius, box shadow. So I'm going to give it 0 on the x-axis, 1 pixel on the y-axis, 2 pixels of blur, 2 pixels of spread, and then we'll do some RGBA 255. Oh no, actually, that's not what it is. There we go. So it's 0, 0, 0, and 10% alpha transparency. Now you can see we just have that tiny bit. And actually, I am going to take the blur and the spread down. Let's go to 1 pixel. We just have this tiny bit of box shadow. And then let's make it so when you hover over the header, so we'll say header Just going to do hover. That's it. That's all we need. We're going to change the background color to 100%. Whoops. Now the difference is that we gave ours a little bit of transition. So this does not have a transition. I can't not put a transition. So when we hover, we go solid, and on scroll, we go solid. And we added a little bit of a box shadow. So what do we think? This is an excellent start. This is an excellent start to this clone, to this project. I love it. I love it. So here's what I want to talk about with this Nitpicks website. I said that I wasn't going to look in the dev tools. And I also said that I reserved the right to make changes as I was cloning this site, because Nitpicks does do some things that I am not going to do. And I think number one is that you can't see this navigation until you come up here and hover. And on some of these slides, it's fine, although I question if black on green has enough contrast to be accessible. But I think they're probably rationalizing that decision with the mouse hover up here. I don't agree with that. I think there has to be some opacity, but I did make it so when you hover, we have full opacity. Here's the other thing though. Let's look at them in mobile. I have some concerns about their accessibility, and I also want to say this. If I go on a stream and I talk about the accessibility of a website and how I think there are problems or I think something should be different, that is not to diminish the hard work of the humans who built this site. That is not what I'm here to do. It's just to have a productive conversation about how I think the accessibility could be improved. So what I want to talk about today, that's what this conversation is about. I love Nitpicks, they're a great organization, and we are not diminishing the hard work of the human beings who built this website. So with that being said, let's take a look at what's going on here with their header and their navigation. So we've got the logo on the left, the nav in the center, and we've got some icons over here on the right. Then when we go to mobile, the first thing I notice is that on mobile, the hover no longer works. And I do think that that's a problem. Now, if I close the dev tools, let's see here, close. If I close the dev tools and I zoom in, so we're up to 200%, 250, 300, 400. In accessibility, zooming up to 400%, you should, on desktop, will generally pop it into mobile, but your desktop support accessibility still needs to support everything for desktop. So just because we have a mobile view now that doesn't mean that you can't still be accessible. And I get it, on mobile, we don't hover, we tap, but you do still need to support these styles on desktop. So the first thing that I see here is that there is no opacity. We don't have that full opacity to see what's going on here on the desktop. So that's a problem. I think that's a problem. There's another thing here that I noticed. So when we are in mobile, so here's our header. Well, first of all, where is the header element? There is no header element. Why? Why is there no header element? That's not semantic. We don't even have, okay, if you have a div for your main element, that's fine. I only started using the main element myself a couple of years ago, and we do have a footer element. But why are we using a div when we should be using the header element? Now we are using the nav element, and then everything appears to be inside the nav element. I think that's probably fine. Let's see, where was it? So here's the button, and of course you can't see it, but it's over there on the left. So this is the mobile button. So here's the button with the default ARIA labels of ARIA expanded false. Okay, I do the same thing, and ARIA hidden true. Why is the button ARIA hidden true? That I don't understand. But when we open the menu, aria expanded false and aria hidden true don't change. So I feel like that's an oversight. I don't know why they would intentionally do that. So that must be some sort of an oversight. And where's our actual drawer here? So here's the actual drawer. The other thing that I thought was concerning is, I'm going to refresh, open the menu. So if we're going to keyboard navigate through, if we just opened the menu, the focus should be in the keyboard. But if I start to tab, the focus is not in the keyboard yet. We're going through the logo, the search. So my focus is, I don't know if you can see it there. There's the cart, there's the search in the background. If I hit return to open the search, nothing happens. Why isn't that search opening? If I tab over to the cart and I hit return, nothing happens. So I'm not sure. So now the drawer is open. Let me see here. I think I can move this over a little bit. So now the drawer is open, but I can't. And then also once the drawer is closed, now where's the focus? Oh, it went down to the slider. Okay, can I go back up? So I just opened the drawer. Now I'm tabbing. So all the tabbing is in the background. So I think that they have some problems here with their accessibility. I don't think that there's a logical order. Part of the problem is that this button, so here's our nav, here's our drawer, and then our button is like it's inside of a sibling element. So in my opinion, this button should immediately precede the drawer. So when you trigger it and you open it, the focus continues through the drawer. I don't think there's anything wrong with tabbing while a drawer is open as long as you're able to close the drawer. So if I hit escape, so we can hit escape to close the drawer. But do you see what I'm getting at here with the keyboard navigation, the logical place where things get focus? They do have some problems here with their accessibility. I don't think it would be impossible for a screen reader to navigate this or for a keyboard user to navigate this site, but it's not like great. So they need a little bit of help. And again, this is not to diminish their hard work. This is an awesome website. I think that they just overlook some accessibility steps. So my markup is going to look a little bit different and it's going to function a little bit different. And the reason that I even decided to look at this is yesterday after the stream, I was like, well, how does their mobile site look? And I saw that the button, well, really what I saw is the logo goes from left and then navigation on desktop to navigation logo on mobile. And I immediately thought to myself, oh, that button is not going to come before the actual drawer. And sure enough, I was right. So I don't mean to sound too self-righteous, but I did sort of pat myself on the back for making that observation. So I am not going to pop my logo into the middle. I'm going to keep my logo on the far left, and we're going to add a nav item over here to the right. So we're going to go logo on the left, nav item on the right, and the nav item is going to be next to the social media items. So I hope that wasn't too much. I hope that was helpful because I thought it was an interesting observation. And I do want to provide some context for why I'm making changes to something that I'm cloning. And I also, if you're out there and you're thinking like, oh, this is a good idea, I want to clone a website as practice, you don't have to just do it the way they're doing it. You don't have to just do it the way they're doing it. I want you to use your eyeballs and your powers of observation and logic, because websites are built by humans. Humans make mistakes. Humans overlook things. It's totally normal. It's totally natural. For all I know, they have an accessibility backlog. They are short-staffed. They can't find good developers who understand accessibility, and they just simply haven't prioritized it yet. I don't know, but this is just what I'm observing. Okay, so let me know if you have any questions about accessibility. I thought that was interesting. I don't know. I thought that was interesting. So let's go ahead and get the rest of our stuff styled here. So we are going to write a little more JavaScript today. And right now, let's go here. And so right now, this is how we have it. So here's our banner, here's our nav container inside the header. Here's our primary logo, which is nice and flexible. A little too flexible, but that's okay. We're just going to, well, we need to hide this. So let's actually decide what our breakpoint is for when we want to hide this. And let's go back to 100% right there. So I'm going to say 1024. We're going to want to hide that at 1024, which is pretty standard. Pretty standard. So I'm going to do a media query of 1024 pixels, and we are going to hide this right here, our nav element. So here's our navigation section. And it's the whole container. So we're going to say navigation, and we're going to say visibility hidden, opacity 0, and we're also going to do position fixed, top 0. I'm going to do it on the left. So I'm going to say negative 300 pixels, and then we also need to set a width of 300 pixels, but I'm also going to set a max width of 100%, so it's nice and flexible if for some reason it was on a screen size smaller than 300 pixels, which we can test in the browser. And then I'm going to do height 100 dVH, which stands for dynamic viewport height. And then we also want to set a transform translate on the x-axis. I usually do 0, and then I move it to the right with like plus 100%. That's what I've taken to doing lately. So there we go. Just like that. So now our container, why are you down? Why are you all the way down there? Probably because we have position relative on the body. Oh, no, that shouldn't matter. So if I move this, oh, it's fine. It's fine. Okay, so that's where it is. We can't see it right now, so let's add some more styles. So let's add a background color of white, and we're also going to add, because our JavaScript is going to be a click event, that when you click that button to open the navigation, we are adding a class of menu active. So for styling, I'm just going to add that class to the body. And then we're going to say menu active, navigation, whoops. Now we say visibility visible, and we need visibility hidden to hide it from screen readers. That is what keeps the screen reader from reading the menu when it's collapsed. And then we'll say opacity 1, and then we're going to say transform translate 100%, which is 100% is the width, 300 pixels, and we can also transition that. Transition translate or transform 300 milliseconds, ease in, out. So there it is, and obviously our navigation is kind of goofy, but I can come up here in the body class and just delete that. And then I'll Control Z, and there's our transition. And I'll Command Shift or Control Shift Z to undo and redo. And that's how I test it, just like that. And the transition works in one direction. It works when you open it. It really doesn't work when you close it. That is not a problem that I have solved yet. And I've definitely spent some time on it. So I'll say this. A normal user experience on navigation is that they open the menu, they click a link, and the page loads a new page. So I don't think it's a normal user experience to even expect an animation when you're opening and closing. And I think ideally it would be great if I could figure out how to get it to animate in both directions. I just haven't figured it out yet. But it is a normal user experience to open the menu, click a link, go to a new page. So you don't generally see menus closing anyways. I think the people who tend to see menus closing are the developers who built the menus. So I just don't want you to get too hung up on that. Think about the bigger picture. And also focus on making sure that you really are being truly accessible. So the priority, in my opinion, is not the animation, it's the accessibility and the user experience. Animations are nice user enhancements, but they are not a requirement. So the requirement is accessibility and a good overall user experience. So there's that. Okay, so now let's actually style this menu. Let's actually style this menu. So here are our styles for the UL. And the UL is right here, main nav. So we're just going to style this. Right now it's display flex. I'm literally just going to change like the flex direction. So I'm going to put it right here. So I'm going to say flex direction column. And let's do, we need to make sure that our buttons are styled also. So let's get our buttons in there. So we temporarily hid our buttons. We've got open button, close button, menu button, menu button. Let me think about this. How do I usually deal with these buttons? I think they can be display none for desktop. I think that's fine. And then menu button, I would just say display block. There we go. So let's deal with our button just for mobile, and then we will, the close button rather, and then we'll deal with the open button after we're done with the mobile view. So cursor pointer, I'm going to say margin left auto and push it over here. So I'm going to say margin left auto. Beautiful. There's not that much to do to this button. They practically style themselves. Look at that. Nice big juicy tap target. Let's just give it a background color of, well, we'll just say transparent. We'll say menu button. Oh, look, it did the same thing here. I didn't even try to do that. Love that. And then we'll say menu button. We probably want to do the fill. I'll put in black and a stroke. I don't think that either of these actually have fill. I think they just have stroke. We'll do menu. Oops. We'll do menu, button focus. Hover. Active. We're going to change the background color to, I'm going to change it to navy. And then we're going to change the color of the SVG. So when we focus, hover, or are active on the button, we're going to trigger the SVG. And we're going to do a stroke of white. Just like that. We do need to size this a little bit. Maybe we want to make it, we might want to make it, we could keep this one, that color, but we might want to do this one to stay in line with our social. Yeah. So here's where the separate class names come in handy. Well, first of all, let's get this. So the size of this is 60 by 50. So let's just change the width of this. Well, I think we could just take the padding off. And that will make it square. Padding 0. Yep. And then let's give that a little extra margin on the other sides. So on the top, I want 0.5 rems. Top, right, bottom, left. On the right, I want 0.5 rems, and on the bottom, I want 0.5 rems. Beautiful. Just like that. Now we have a perfect 48 by 48 button. Just like that. I'll give this a little bit of border radius. 5 pixels. Sometimes it's okay. I don't mind it. I don't mind it all the time. There we go. Looks good. And then let's give a, let's do a transition of the background color. 300 milliseconds, ease in, out. And we need to do the same thing on the SVG. Stroke, 300 milliseconds, ease in, out. So there we go. We have a nice transition. So I think the only thing I'm going to do different here for the open button is make sure that the open button has a different background color. Yeah, so we can repeat this. And we'll say open. Oh, whoops, I have to actually change the color. There we go. And I think that I'm going to make the open button SVG a little bit smaller because these SVGs, I think we made these 1.5 rems. Yeah, so we're going to do a couple extra little styles just for that open button, or for the open button SVG rather. Oops. I'm going to take this, just scoot it right down here. So for this open button, we need to put it in the right, I don't think it matters. So for the open button SVG, I'm going to change the width to 1.5 rems and the height to 1.5 rems. And then I think we do need to add some padding to the button. Menu, menu, open, open. So we'll do that right here. And I think we just need 0.75 rems of padding. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Let's Let's see here. I think it's too small. I think it's just a little too small. So let's bump this up a little bit. So if we increase this to 1.75, I think we would take this down to 0.5. Yeah, look at that. Do those look evenly spaced out? I think so. Yeah, because I know that I have 0.5 rems of gap in between those icons, and I added 0.5 rems of margin. So I know that that's evenly spaced out, but it does look even. So we'll make sure, and we can tighten this up if we need to. I don't want to make the tap target smaller because in order to be, oh, look at that, it's not even 48 by 48. Do I need more padding in there? The SVG is 28 by 28, 44 by 44. We're off by 4 pixels. How the heck did that happen? Okay, we can increase this padding. My math isn't mathing. I'm not sure why, but that's okay. So now it's 48.8 by 48.8. We can't decrease the tap target. That's important for accessibility, but this does look even to me. And we're just about done here styling this. Okay, and I'm going to keep that nice and big up there so it's easy to close that menu. Okay, so I want to... So here's our button to close. I want to do a couple things now to this unordered list. I want to, we're gonna push it down a little bit and add a border. And then these LIs, so LIs by default are, let's see here, the user agent style sheet, display list item. I think we can just make those width 100%. Basically, what I want is for the full width to be the active link. That's what I usually do. Yeah, so let's do that first. So here's our main nav. The LI, I'm going to say width 100%, and then I'm pretty sure we're going to have to make that main nav anchor element display block. And then that would also need to be width 100% because anchor elements by default are inline elements. So you have to change their display property. We don't need to change the display property of the LI. I'm pretty sure we don't. There we go. And now that is also, and then let's take off the, we're going to take off the gap. So right now we have a gap of 2 rems for main nav and main social, and they're sharing those styles, which is totally fine, but we do have separate styles right here. So I'm going to say gap, I'm going to say gap 0, and then I'm going to add a little bit of margin on the LIs. So I'm going to say 0.25 rems on the top and bottom, and then let's add some padding. I'm going to say 0.5 rems of padding all the way around. Yeah. So now we have a little bit of space in between each LI, but we have a big tap target. 300 pixels wide by 42.4 pixels tall. So that's a nice big tap target. And then let's do text align center on that LI. And then we should also, well, but I wanted to put a border in between these. So if we do a border in between, we also have to add padding. 0.25 rems on the top and bottom, 0 on the left and right. And then let's do a border, bottom of 1 pixel, solid, and let's just use our kind of medium gray color. There we go. Does that look even? Yeah, I guess that looks even. No, the, hang on. Oh, we just want to do it on the bottom, not the top. There we go. I think I want to add more padding to the anchor element. That looks better. And I think those borders look even. And now I'm going to put a border just at the top of the main nav. And so I'm going to do margin. I'm going to do the same. So 0.25 rems, 0, padding, 0.25 rems, 0. And border, hang on, border top, 1 pixel, solid, gray. There we go. I think that looks great. My navigation is very, I don't do anything fancy. I don't do anything fancy. I am a one-trick pony, but you can still have the same markup, the same set of styles, the same method or system for creating navigation. And what counts is that it works and that it's usable. It doesn't need to, I don't know, it's not a rocket ship, okay? It doesn't have to be like the fanciest thing in the world. It needs to work. It needs to be functional, and it can still be attractive. So focus on functionality, and I promise you, the aesthetics will come once you nail down your functionality, and what really counts isn't the aesthetics, it's that it works really, really well. So let's give this now a little bit of a box shadow so it's not blending into this white background. Oh, this is interesting. When I hover on the navigation, it's part of the header, so it makes that transparent. I think that's actually a good thing. Just like that. I'm okay with that. Okay, so now our navigation right here. Let's give this a box shadow. And the box shadow is on the x-axis. It's horizontal, not vertical. So it's XY blur spread. So I'm going to do 1 pixel X, 0 Y, 1 pixel blur, 1 pixel spread. And then RGBA, which is 255. Oh, actually, no, it's not. It's 0, 0, 0 for black and 10% alpha transparency. And now we have a nice little box shadow. Just like that. We love it. We love it. So now we have a nice big tap target here for people on mobile. We have a division. So I think there's just enough division here and just enough of a tap target. So hopefully people aren't accidentally clicking the wrong thing. And we've got a nice big tap target here so people can close that menu. And this is styled really, really well. So let's take this menu active off and see how this really works on desktop. So here would be our mobile. So I'm kind of thinking that on mobile, we just want to get rid of that top banner. Although maybe it's okay for it to just exist. How can we tighten up that top banner? Well, honestly, you know what we should do on mobile is we should change this from fixed, which overlays it to sticky. That's what we're going to do. And yeah, and that is down to about 260. That's pretty good. Okay, so yeah, I want to do that. So the top band, so the header. So right now our header is position fixed, and that means that the header is taken out of the flow and it sits over top of the document. Let's switch it from on mobile, and actually I want to take this and put it up here. So on mobile, we're going to change this from position fixed to position sticky. So when on mobile do we want to do that? Because I think things still hold up pretty well here, right? So maybe at around 600 pixels or so. So I'm going to do max width 600 pixels, and we'll do header. Whoops, hang on, header position sticky. All right, and you can see there already what just happened. Just like that. So now as we get smaller and that top banner starts to scroll a little bit, we don't have all of this real estate sitting over top of a banner. Our banner is naturally going to be positioned right underneath this line. Here's the other thing we can do is we can tighten up some of the padding in this header. So, oh, well, maybe we can't, because how much you want to bet all of our padding? Well, we can get rid of that margin, can't we? That's going to help. Yeah, part of why this is so juicy right now is that margin. So, and I wanted that margin on the close button, but we don't need it on the open button. So right here, we're just going to say margin 0. There, that made a huge difference. That made a huge difference. Oh, and here's the other thing that we need to do. That is not getting pushed. Oh, it's not getting pushed over anymore. That's okay. That's okay. I got this. I got this. So we still need this. We still need that. There we go. There we go. Beautiful. Beautiful. We still need to, tighten some stuff up here, right in here. So we're going to tighten up some of the padding, and our gap right now is 0.5 rems. Oh, and you know what? We do need some margin still. We do need some margin still, because this button is right up against that, and there has to be something. So that's okay. So top, right, bottom, left. Left has to be auto. Top, right. 0.25 rems. Bottom, auto. There we go. There's that tiny little bit. And I don't really mind if this button is right up against the logo, because the logo is not linked. So I'm not worried about that. But let's tighten up this gap for the main social. So right now, that gap is, well, no, it's right here. So let's tighten up that gap. When do we want to do that? Probably at 1024, right? Yeah. It's just like pebbles on a scale. You think that a little like 0.25 rems here and there doesn't make a difference? It does. It's like pebbles on a scale. Everything makes a difference. Everything makes a difference. Okay, so now let's tighten up the padding on the left and the right. That's on our nav container. So right here in our media query, we're going to do nav container. And right now the nav container is this. So let's try just 0.5 rems all the way around. See how that does. I mean, it's holding up a lot better. I feel like, does it seem like there's too much space in between these two icons? It's those dang tap targets. Accessibility gets me every time. Let's try 0.25 on the left and right. That helps. I mean, that's pretty good. 320. We still see the logo. We see all three icons. We can see our top banner. Let's tighten up this banner a little bit. So right now, paragraphs are inheriting the line height 1.65, but we can tighten up that line height just for mobile, maybe 1.25. That helps. That made a big difference. Yeah, let's do that for the banner. We'll change the line height for mobile. So here's our banner, part of the header. It inherits line height from the body class. So we'll do that right in here. That makes a big difference. So the logo, I mean, as long as things look good down to about 320, I'm fine with this because we do need to preserve these tap targets. I want to come back to this. I want to come back and refine some of this. I think for now this is pretty good. Let's write our JavaScript to make sure that we can actually open and close this thing. And then let's carry on. We haven't styled anything other than the header. Okay. I'm going to put this up here. So let's define our body. And our buttons. Oops. All right. And then we're going to buttons for each button. And then button add event listener. And then I'm going to do a variable called isActive. And we are going to toggle, toggle, menu active. But we're also creating a Boolean variable isActive. So we'll say if isActive. We're gonna use the open button to set the attribute aria expanded to true. And it's a string. Else open set attribute, whoops. Set attribute to aria expanded false, also a string. So for each button, there are two. We add an event listener, click event, or on mobile tap, define a variable is active. We're toggling menu active on the body. So if it's toggled on, menu is active is true, else it's false. Open, then if it's active and we're clicking on the open button, we want to set the attribute for aria expanded to true. Otherwise, set it back to aria expanded false. And then let's also do an event listener for the escape key. So we'll say document, add event listener, key down. E for event. And then if the event key is escape and the body class list contains menu active, then body class list remove menu active. So if we're hitting the escape key, remove that class from the body, and we want to, on the open button, set the attribute aria expanded to false. Oops. Yeah, I think that'll work. Oh, class list contains. Yeah, I think that'll work. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. If it breaks, we'll just fix it. Look at that. So let's make sure that we're getting the correct. There we go. Aria expanded false. Aria expanded true. That's it. That's all there is. And then I'll make sure right here, escape. Beautiful. So let's tab through and make sure that everything works with the keyboard. So we're hitting that first link first, then we go straight to the navigation. Beautiful. We can go forwards and backwards. I'll hit enter, and then we come right in and we can go right through. Beautiful. It works. I mean, it just works. It just works. So yeah, doesn't have to be fancy. It just needs to work. I love it. Oh, here's the other thing that we need to do. When this is open, we really do need this open button to be, to not have visibility right here. So when menu active is open, because here's what we don't want to have happen. So let's say that this is open, and now you are keyboard going through. You still have access to that. We don't want people to have access to the open button when the navigation is open. So the best way to do that is to, in our CSS, so when the menu is active, it's the open button. So here are our styles for menu active. So menu active, I'm actually going to put this right here. Menu active, open button, and I'm just going to say visibility hidden. and opacity 0. So that makes it not accessible. That just popped in right there. So now, yeah. So now if we keyboard through, yep, skips right over it. And we can hit escape. So, yeah, okay. So the best way to style a slider, I've discovered, is just to stack those puppies right on top of each other. So here's our hero section. We put everything inside of, I have 2 ULs. I've got one for the dots and one for the slides. So let's just go ahead and start with the slides. So let's start with the UL. Hero slides, take off that margin and padding that the browser always adds. And then we'll say list style type, none, to remove those bullet points. Just like that. And then I think the best way to do this is position relative on the parent. And then on the slide, we're going to say position absolute. I'm not going to use inset. I'm going to use top left. And we'll just do width 100%. Height. I do want to control the height, but I'm going to say height auto. But do I want to, I think I want to set the aspect ratio on the figure, not the LI. So I think I will do width 100%, height 100%, and then control the height of the child. Yeah. And we need a little Z index here. Z index 0. Z index 1. We're going to have to adjust our Z index on our header. So probably Z index 3. Because we're going to need some flexibility with our Z index on those slides. I'm going to be very careful that I'm not creating a battle of the Z indexes, which I get myself into trouble with a lot. Okay. Oh, we are going to have to set an aspect ratio on those. That's fine. So I think we can just do auto and then aspect ratio. We'll do 16:9 for now. Oh, do we have to set it on the parent? We might have to set it on the parent. Okay, I'm gonna look at my GitHub and see how I styled this last time. When did we do this last time? I think we did this on the Hilltop landing page. Right here. Okay. So the parent container, let's look at the markup here. So we had a UL, and then the LI was slider item, but the parent container was slider. So the wrap, this wrap had the controls, not worried about that. So the parent container, which is the hero, okay, that was position relative. And then we had the UL, also position relative, okay. And then the items, which are the LIs, those were position absolute, and they did use inset, okay. Okay. So this is going to be, so this is the section position relative. What else? With a z index of, wait a second, with a z index of 0. Hero slides, this is the UL, this is also position relative. Yep. And this does have the aspect ratio. Got it. Okay, we got that part right. Also z index 0. And then the slide itself, position absolute, width height, inset. I'm just going to cheat. There we go. But everything's collapsing. I think that's because we have to style the images separately. Okay. And then this is the figure, and this is the image. So this is the slide figure. I have a different class name. And this is the slide image. And doing 16, oops, 16 to 9. Okay, let's look at this. Width, height, did I put the correct styles on the UL? I did not. So we also need the width, the height, and the aspect ratio. So we need a width, 100%, a height of auto, and this also needs an aspect ratio of 16 to 9. We're so close. We're so close. And zero. So we've got a z index of 0, a z index of 0. I think this also needs a z index. So that was the, so this is the UL, I'm going to just put UL here because I'm getting confused about what's what. So there's the UL, there's the LI, oh yeah, this is why. So that's just temporary. Okay. So now they're all just stacked up. So there we go. So there's the UL, there's the LI, and there's the figure. And all of the images are the same, but they're all just stacked right on top of each other. And let's make sure that this hero text wrap is out of the way. So this hero text wrap is also going to be, well, it's inside the LI, and the LI is position absolute. So we should be able to, there's the LI, but it's falling outside of the LI. So I think we can just hero text wrap. And then we'll say transform, translate minus 50% minus. There we go. That puts it in the middle. And we could say color white. Obviously, that is not styled, but it's out of the way. So now let's style our slides, or our dots. So here's we got two ULs. We've got the slides right here, and then we've got the dots. And they're both inside this section, which is also position relative. So let's position these also. So those are the slide dots, which should probably be buttons. Yeah, because if we want people to be able to click on those dots, we're also going to end up adding data categories to this, because we'll need data categories, or like just some sort of HTML attribute to connect the dot to the slide. I'm not going to worry about adding the data categories today, but rather than having a span with access hidden, what we should do is just do a dot. Can't we just have an empty button with an ARIA label and then style the empty button? What's the difference between that and an SVG that is ARIA hidden true? So we'll say button type equals button, ARIA label, slide, I'm going to spell it out, slide 1. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. What's the difference between this and an SVG that's hidden? Slide 1, slide 2, slide 3. Yeah. That's what I'm going to do. So slide dots. And we'll say margin 0, padding 0, list style type none. And then we're also going to make this, lots of positioning. Position absolute. We're going to say bottom. We'll say bottom 1 rem. Left 50%. And then we'll transform, translate. We're going to translate on the x-axis, negative 50%. And then we have to actually style those buttons into little circles. So we'll do dot button. I'm going to say width, well, 1 rem, 16 pixels. So let's do 1.5. We'll do 1 rem. 1 rem by 1 rem. I'm going to say border 2 pixels, solid, var. We'll do white. And then border radius 50% to make it a little circle. Nice. Now let's get them lined up in the other direction. So we probably want to do display flex, flex flow, row, no wrap, justify content, center, align items, center, and gap 1 rem. Beautiful. And then what does our active button look like? So presumably the active slide, we would want the active button to be filled in. So we'll do dot active. We'll make sure that the active class is a sibling of the dot class. I don't know if that's the right way to refer to it. And then we'll say button. So the active button would be, well, we would probably want to say the background color is transparent. And we would want the background color to be white. And then we'll put a, we can put a transition on that. Oops. So we could add active. We'll just go ahead and add an active class. Beautiful. So then if I could just come right in here and say active. Look at that. Look at that nice little transition. We love it. We love it. And then let's just give we'll just add some margin here to the hero section to push the other stuff down. I was going to say margin 0, 0, 2 rems. We'll just push that other section down there a little bit. Oh, yeah, we probably want to change this aspect ratio because this is 16:9, so it's pushing down everything below the fold. So I think on our last project we did 16:8. So we've got aspect ratio on the UL. We've got aspect ratio on the figure. And that's it. We only have aspect ratio on those 2 things, but they do need to match. So that pushes it up just a little bit. And now, because those are buttons, so if we keyboard through, the first thing that gets focus is that top banner link. Then we keyboard through the navigation, the social icons, and then the first thing to get focus, well, the slides are stacked right now. So whatever slide is visible, there's a link, there's a call to action link inside the slide. So those are getting focus. But then, so we might actually want to put these dots in the DOM. They're probably going to want to be before the slides. So you have the opportunity. Does that make sense? We probably want these dots to come before the slides. Otherwise, you're going to be forced to go through all the call to action. And we lost our dots. That's okay. Probably just need some z-index. I don't know if the dots need to come before or after the slides. And then we're probably going to want to put, I'll just do this for now. And then we would probably want to do, the buttons are also going to need aria pressed. So this would be if it's true, if it's active, it's true. Whoops, that's not what I wanted. And then these would also have like a data category attribute, something that matches the slide itself. So as you're looping through, the correct dot is associated with the correct slide. But we do need aria pressed because these are buttons. Let's start with at least styling what's appearing inside the slider, which is kind of like the last thing, before we just dive into the rest of the page. And then we'll replace images as we go. And I'm not too worried about what images I'm putting in. I just want to have some unique images in. I just don't want everything to be the same. Let's try styling this and we'll see how it goes. Oh, look, I can't even select it. So we've already got some z-index. Probably, how much you want to bet is this? So if we say pointer events none. Nope. So right out of the gate, it's just going to be a battle of the z indexes. Okay, so we probably just have to make sure that we've got z index. All right, well, this is as good as place as any to start. As good a place as any to start. So we've got position relative on the hero, position relative on the UL, and then the LI, the slide, is position absolute. The figure is, the LI is position absolute. And then this hero text wrap is position absolute. And then the dots are position absolute. And the dots do have some z index. So we just need to, without getting into a battle of the z indexes, so if these are 0, this is probably going to change once we write the JavaScript. I'm going to do z index 1. So that's the image, or no, this is the LI. Here's our figure and here's our image, and then here's our text. So I'm going to do a z index of 2. And then this is a z index of 3. So we'll see if that. Okay, maybe. Oh, it's because the slide is pointer events none. That's why it's not working. Okay, so that is, so I'm going to take this out because we don't need the opacity and the pointer events none until we get to the actual slider functionality. So I'm just not going to worry about that for now. But I stand by all of, you should really be declaring a z-index anytime you are using that kind of positioning. I do think that that's important, so I stand by, my stacking order here, because we have a lot of positioning going on. And it's not a good idea to just slap z-index 9,999. I mean, I think we all see that every place, right? And to me, that is not when I see that, that is not a developer who understands z-index and stacking order. That's somebody who's just trying to win a battle of positioning, in my opinion, allegedly. Okay. Now we can, come on, there we go. Got to be able to, yeah, we can. Boy, you really can't. Okay, Angela, move on. So here's our hero text wrap. It's position absolute. I think we could probably move this up a little bit. So let's move this up 40%, but I'm not going to change the transform. And then here's our dots. I'm going to move this down. So here's the hero text wrap. Here's the secondary hero. Let's do some global styles for the serif font. We're using Gilda Display Regular. Let's also color contrast. So let's refresh our memories on what is considered accessible for some of these colors. So for this gold and tan, large only. What's large? Large text is typically defined as 14 points, typically 18.66 pixels and bold or larger, or 18 point, typically 24 pixels or larger. We need to go with the 24 pixels, and here's why. This Gilda only comes in a font weight of 400. It doesn't have bold, and I kind of didn't notice that when I chose this, but I do still like this font. So we just need to keep in mind that if we're using one of these colors, which I'm going to use white over top of the image to make sure we have enough contrast. But if we use the tan or the gold, we have to go with 24 pixels. So let's actually get this in here. So there's minimum large. So that would be 24 divided by 16, 1.5 rems. So I'm just going to say large text, 1.5 rems. And that's 24 pixels. Okay. So let's grab this. And then for anything that is, just to set the font, we'll go H1, H2, H3, and H4. I don't think I have any H4s, but we'll just do this. So now anything that is an H1, H2, H3, H4 is automatically going to have that font. Beautiful. And then we can style the individual headers as we work our way down the page. So this would be the hero text wrap, secondary hero. Wait a second. Secondary hero, not heading. Let's try a font size of 3 rems. I think we could make it even bigger. We might want to clamp this. Probably a good idea to clamp it. Yeah. And then let's give it a text shadow also. And so for text shadow, it's XY. I don't think text shadow has, it's blur or spread. It's not both. Let's just check text shadow. Yeah. So it's X, Y, and blur color. So it doesn't have a spread like box shadow does. So text shadow, we're going to do 1 pixel on the y-axis, 1 pixel on the, 1 pixel x-axis, 1 pixel y-axis, and then we'll do 1 pixel of blur. And then RGBA, we're going to do black, so 0, 0, 0. And the alpha transparency, let's start with 15% and see how that looks. It's not, I barely see anything. So let's increase this. Text shadow and box shadow are wildly different, I find. There we go. You could really see that jump. There, look at that. You can really, it's so different, text shadow and box shadow. It's crazy how different they are. Box shadow is, you hardly need anything for a box shadow. I like that. I like a good strong text shadow, especially when the background is a little bit dark. Yeah, I like that. So let's definitely clamp this font size. So we've got 3 pixels X, 3 pixels Y, 3 pixels spread, or excuse me, 3 pixels blur. The color RGBA is black, and we've got a 75% opacity. That is beefy. That is a beefy text shadow. Yeah. And we've got a lot of margin there too. Let's take that margin off. That's going to make a big difference. And you know what else I want to do? Because I always seem to have to do it. I'm also going to set the line height for global as 1.25 because I just always end up changing it to that. That made a huge difference. That made a huge difference. We'll add some, you know, we might just want to add, well, we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. Okay, so here's our secondary hero. Let's get this paragraph styled. Oh, we need to clamp that font size also. Let's make this font size a little better, a little bigger. I think this is going to be way too much text shadow. Oh. That's a bit much. Let's see if we can take this down a little bit. There we go. I like that. And then let's make that call to action button. So let's give this a class. Let's give all of these a class. And I am putting that on, well, we should probably, should we just style this as a button? We might be better off just styling this as a button. Let's just do button. And then let's do let's just do a style for buttons. And we're going to have to do different colors. I'm going to give them a border of 2 pixels, solid. And we'll make them white for now, but we are going to have to make different colors. So we'll make the default white. And then we'll make the text white as well. And I'm going to make the font size smaller. And they need some padding. 1 rem on the top and bottom. There we go. And we need to get rid of that. Oh, yeah, it's an anchor link, so we have to get rid of the text decoration. There we go. And then we'll do a focus, hover, and active. So we'll do a background color. So we're going to want to set the background color then to transparent. And then I suppose we could just change the color to black. And then we'll put a transition. I'm going to do all. Let's change that color to, oh, and it's got text shadow also. We have to take that out. Whoops. There we go. And yeah, I think black is fine. And then let's give this, I'm just going to give that paragraph. Oh, I guess we need to center it and make it pill-shaped. Okay, we can do that. But I'm not going to do that on my global styles. I'm only going to do that for the hero. Well, we can make the button pill-shaped, but I'm not going to center it for the global styles. So to make any button pill-shaped, let's do border radius 50 VH. Should give you a perfect pill shape, just like that. And let's cut down on the padding on, oh, we need a little more. And maybe just make it a little wider. There we go. I love it. We should do pill-shaped buttons more often. And then maybe we just want to make everything centered. There we go. Actually, that looks nice. I don't normally like text-align centered, but that looks really nice. And then we'll just make sure that our paragraphs have some margin just for the hero. So we'll say 1 rem on the top and bottom. Yeah, there we go. This is pretty big. There we go. Yeah, we definitely need to clamp the text. And I'm going to put this back down to 50%. There we go. That looks really nice. Do we need to make that button bigger? There we go. I like that. Okay, let's clamp our text. So here's the hero. So I think I'm just going to guess at some values. We'll see how it goes. So here's our H2. We've got 4 rems, 5 VW, viewport width, and then 1.5 rems is the smallest value. So I think that we need to drop this hero down a lot sooner. So we're dropping that down at 600 pixels, but clearly that header is still up there. And you know what? You know the reason why this aspect ratio isn't responding to the text, because the text is absolutely positioned, so it's taken out of the flow. And what we should be doing is aligning the content. So we're gonna change that. That's what we did in our last project. That worked really well. Yeah. So instead of doing this, I think on the LI, so this absolute positioning is for the LI itself, but for what's happening inside the LI, I think we can do display flex, align content, center. I don't know if we need a flex direction. And let's see here. You're here somewhere. Where are you? Oh, it needs, what else does it need? It needs the flex wrap property. Really? Oh, flex wrap, no wrap, prevents align content from having. Try setting flex wrap to something other than no wrap. How did we do this last time? What was the last project we worked on? Hang on, I just did this. I think it was this. So here the parent container is position relative. And then we have the figure, and then we have this wrap. But it's not, I did something different. I did flex flow column. But how did I position the actual? And keep it over top. So this is the, so this was position absolute. Okay, I think I'm going to go back to what I was originally doing. And I think we should just transition the positioning. Where is that? Early. Right here. So instead of doing this at 600 pixels, I think we need to do this sooner. So let's try 768. So we just need to, there's a better way to do this. I just can't remember what it is. So we actually need to drop that down a lot sooner. So let's drop that down at 960. Well, let's clamp some other things here. There's another way to do this. Is this really where I did it? This is where I did it, but I think this structure is a little bit different. Because the parent is relative and my parent is absolute. But why would that matter? Why would that matter? Because the figure, oh, it's because my figure is position absolute. But here, my figure is not position absolute because the parent is position absolute. Because it's a slider, they have to be position absolute to stack. That's why. So that just means that we have to do more work for this content inside the slider, which is fine. We can totally handle that. We're up for the challenge. So let's clamp this paragraph text. We're just gonna have to do a little bit more work here. We have to do a little more work to get this all to fit. I bet this is gonna have to be a little smaller. Too small. And we have and we're gonna have to, let's see here. We'll clamp this margin as well. There, that looks pretty good. And we need to make the container. This container needs, I don't think we have an actual width on the container, so that's going to help if we do that. So let's make sure that this has a width of, I'm going to say 768 pixels, and then we'll do a max width, which is going to be a calculation of not 100%, but 100% minus 2 rems. That should give us a rem of space on each side. Yeah. There we go. And then we have to put margin on that button. We can't really put margin on that button because it's an inline element. So let's make our buttons display inline block. Let's also clamp our padding. But I'm only doing that for, well, maybe it would be a good idea to do that for everything globally. Yeah. Is there a better place to put this? Let's move this down. So let's put this right here, and then let's add a media query for our global styles. And I'm going to do 960. Although we could just clamp. No, I'm going to do a media query. So I'm going to do 0.75 rems on the top and bottom and 1.25 on the left and right. Oops. There, that looks good for mobile. And maybe we want to adjust our aspect ratio. Let's adjust our aspect ratio to 16:9 once we drop it down. That's going to give us a little more room too. Yeah. See, we can do this. We totally got this. It's fussy. That's okay. So we're going to change the aspect ratio of the UL and the figure. And I'm going to do that at 960, which is when we are changing the sticky, changing the header from fixed to sticky. And so we're doing that on the UL. UL hero slides. Let's just copy this. UL hero slides and then slide figure. That worked really well. So now I think we just need to make sure we adjust our dots. So here's our dots. So maybe these are 0.25 rems from the bottom, so that moves them down. What if they were just 0? I think we could just do 0 because they've got a little space inside that container. Do our dots need to be 48 by 48? Do they need to have a tap target? Ugh. I'm gonna have to do some research on that. How big are they now? 16 by 16. We'll make those a little smaller. I'm gonna have to look into that. Ugh. That tap target gets us every time. I don't think we need this. And then our buttons. Right now they're 1 rem by 1 rem, which is 16 by 16. We'll just bring it down a little bit. Why are you so squishy? Oh, because... No, that's okay. The border radius is okay. Why are my dots squishy? Because it's position absolute, so it shouldn't matter. It's not like bumping up against anything. Is it just because I'm using rems? Oh, it's not having... Oh, the width isn't changing. That's why. Why isn't the width changing? Oh, because of the border? Okay, what's happening here? So here's our buttons. Does it, we still have, so the display is inline block. So we should be able to give this a width and height. I mean, do we need to say display block? Why is the width 16 pixels if I'm giving it a different width? The height is changing. Is it because of the padding? Yes, it was because of the padding. Okay. There we go. I mean, I don't want it to be that small. Got it. It has, so the user agent style sheet for buttons, I should know this. It has padding inline. Padding inline is left and right by default. So it's got 6 pixels of padding on the left and right. So it wouldn't let me resize it smaller. Got it. Let's just do, I should just remember this. Let's just make sure that buttons for our global styles are padding 0, and then we can add the padding that we need. And that's going to make all the difference. So that should, now we have 0.75 width and height, because now we're removing the padding right here on our global styles. So there's without, or there's without, there's with. Beautiful. And then I have a feeling, I mean, I have a feeling that tap target needs to be 48 by 48, which is really a bummer because it's going to wreck my design. I'm not going to worry about it for now. We may want to make the aspect ratio on this a little bigger. Since it's vertical, maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe we can just make it a bigger aspect ratio because this is not going to fit everything. And because that LI is position absolute, it doesn't respond to anything. So we have to make it bigger in order for this to be, where are we here? So we get down to like 332. That's pretty squishy, especially if I'm going to be forced to make those buttons 48 by 48. We're probably going to have to make that a lot bigger. I think this is pretty good, but it's also like, we also said that we're going to come back and work on the header at some point too. I rarely get everything perfected in one pass. I always need to think about things and come back. So this is a pretty good start. It's a pretty good start. I already know what I'm going to end up doing, which is changing the aspect ratio. So unless I come up with a better solution, maybe once we actually write the JavaScript for the slider, I'll find a better way to style. I don't know how I'm going to do a slider though without these LIs being position absolute. They have to be position absolute to stack, and then use opacity and pointer events and transition the opacity to do the actual sliding, the transition. So I don't know how to do it, how not to do it this way. This is the way I just like to do sliders. So, okay, we're gonna move forward. Okay, so our next section is this card section. And I think for this, let's just do a grid. Well, I'm going to use Flexbox, but it's going to look like a grid. Do we have styles for a wrap? Doesn't appear like we do. So let's do that really quick. Let's do that in our global styles. I'm going to do this right here. Wait, did we do a wrap? I feel like we did a wrap of sorts for the header. We did a max width of 115 rems, which I was sort of thinking that I wanted to change anyways. Should we just do 100 rems for our wrap? I think we should. So we'll say max width, 100 rems, and margin 0 auto to center. There we go. And then the wrap container, I'm not going to do global styles for Flexbox because it's going to be different for every section. So we'll do display flex, flex flow. We'll say row wrap. Usually it's no wrap, but in this case it's wrap. Justify content is going to be space between align items. I'm going to say stretch, which I do think is the default, but I'm still going to put it in. And then I'm going to put in a gap of 2 rems. Card section wrap, and then we need to style these images. So here's the card. And what do we think this aspect ratio is? I don't think it's 16 to 9. We could do 16 to 9. I'm going to say width 100%, height auto, aspect ratio 16 to 9, and then the card image is going to be width 100%, height 100%, object fit, cover. What in the wide world of sports is going on here? Where are you? Card section. Did I spell something wrong here? Card section wrap. Why don't we have any styles? Yeah. Card, figure. Oh, yeah, that's the difference between Flex and Grid. You actually have to put a width on things. Got it. If this was no wrap, it would just put everything in a nice row. Yeah. Boy, I've been doing no wrap for a really long time, haven't I? So we'll say card. Maybe I do want to use grid. This is the part of Flexbox that I actually don't like. So yeah, let's just use grid. That's going to be better, isn't it? Because I hate putting a width on things. Display grid. Wow. Grid template columns. Repeat. 3. Do you need a comma? I can't remember. There we go. Boy, Grid really is better, isn't it? And then let's update some of these images. There we go. Let's definitely change this aspect ratio. So, so 16 to 10 would be like what, 8 to 5? There we go. Yeah, these images aren't ideal, but that's okay. I also really do not want to put text over top of these images. What we could do, I mean, I could position them over top, but I'm getting kind of tired of that, dealing with what we just did with the hero. So let's just snuggle them right up underneath the images themselves. Yeah. I mean, honestly, this is one of the beautiful things about Grid, not having to deal with putting a width on things. I love that. I will say, I don't love that this container is larger than everything below it. So I'm going to keep everything in one container, in one size, so we're not dealing with this big gap. And then we've got so the H3, I think the H3 actually, the H3 styles look pretty good. And then we've got these paragraph tags. We'll go ahead and put an underline, and maybe we could do a transition where when we hover that arrow moves, and we'll make this text a little bit bigger. So I'm going to say card, tertiary heading, font size, maybe 1.5 rems. And then let's adjust the margin. So we just have margin on the bottom. Oh, I think we need a little, I guess. I think we need some little bit of well, let's do this. So for a max width, let's do what we did. This is a little different than what I normally do. 100 rems, and then our max width can be a calculation of 100% minus 2 rems. Yeah, I like that. That works really well. I like that a lot better than padding. So that section has 2 rems below it. The articles all have 2 rems of gap. So let's make this 4, and it'll be even. There we go. Look at that nice little grid. That's perfect. And then once we get to about, I think once we get to about 960, let's drop this into 2 columns. So here's our cards section. So we'll do grid template columns. Whoops. What is that? Card section wrap. So we'll change this to 2. Nice. And then once we get down to, I mean, I guess once we get down to 600, we can do this again. Whoops. We'll just drop it down to what, 1FR? Nice. And then let's also adjust. I think we should start adjusting this margin and gap at 960. I don't think we need that much. And then, so our hero, we'll adjust the margin on the hero. Where are we here? And then for that wrap, we'll also change this. I like this. I've never done this before. It makes so much sense. There we go. Beautiful. Beautiful. And then let's tighten up. So I think we need a couple of things here. I actually, once we get to 600, I actually want to increase this gap just to add more space. But I also want to decrease this margin. Oh. Yeah. I mean, do we need to? Yeah, I actually want to increase the gap to keep the space there. Seems a little fussy. That is okay. It's okay to be fussy. And then let's make sure that our this also gets updated. I'm not going to change that. Yeah, I like that. Maybe we don't need that extra gap. Oh, that looks okay. We can refine this too. Oh, I think this has way too much margin on desktop though. Oh, I don't think we need any margin. Yeah, I think that looks fine. What do we think? I like not having it over top of the images. Oops. Why can't I grab? Oh, I'm in full screen. I like it. This is an excellent start. I love it. I love it. This helps me get my head around the content that I need to write and the categories that I want to have. Yeah, I'm really loving this. Okay, next section. So this section, I was thinking that I could do a couple of things with this. I was thinking that I could just go through my own collection, and yes, at this point, it's definitely a collection, and just pull out my favorite yarns and link to them. I don't know. I haven't decided yet. What did I write down? Yeah, I wrote my favorite yarns. This is as far as I got writing content. So next section is for cards. This also has a wrap. And it has a separate container for the grid. So let's get the grid for cards. Let's get the grid together. Boy, CSS Grid is really turning out to be my go-to. It just makes everything 5,000 times more easy. I mean, Flexbox, like when it comes to navigation or styling this header, Flexbox is an easy choice. But now when it comes to like kind of these meat and potatoes layouts in the main body or the main section, Flexbox is just the obvious choice now. I love it. I love it. Okay, so display grid. It's just 5,000 times easier than having to deal with like the width and the row no wrap or the row wrap or yeah, I don't know. It's great. And I guess we're going to do repeat for 1FR. And then we'll give it some gap. And we'll say 2 rems for desktop. There we go. And then let's style. We'll make these squares. So this is the grid item figure. And we'll say width 100%, height auto, aspect ratio is just going to be 1, and then the grid item image is width 100%, whoops, height 100%, and object fit cover. There we go, nice squares. And then let's make sure that well, do we want to, let's make sure that our wrap has padding by default. Well, but if I add it to the default, it's going to add it underneath. Let's just do padding on a section by section basis. Although this is pretty close up underneath this section. There is not a lot of space. I'm just going to, well, but if we put it on the wrap, then we can control it globally. Which is usually a better way to deal with things. Do we want it to be margin or do we want it to be padding? The wrap is always on the inside. So it could be margin. And then we wouldn't have to mess with margin or a media query on the hero. So if we do 2 rems of margin as the wrap, then we can adjust that on the media query. And then on the hero, we don't have to mess with it at all. Oh, that's the header. Yeah, I think that's going to be the better way to go. Whoops. But we still need to make sure that we've got padding on these sections. And that's what's going to have to be on a section by section basis. Because I don't want padding here, but I will put padding here on this 4 cards. I don't think there's a right or wrong answer here. You just have to pick one and be consistent. And if you're thinking, like you might be, or if you're new here and you're like, Angela, why aren't you just using Tailwind or Bootstrap or Foundation? I mean, those things create the consistency that I'm looking for. But also, one of the reasons I like doing this myself is because it makes me think about it. I like understanding this. I like making decisions like this. I like figuring out what works best, or what works for a particular design, or what works as a system for future projects. I like figuring this stuff out. Hopefully you do too. There we go. Now I am going to put a little more space in between my sections because I just like to have a little bit of extra white space. And then this text is all centered. That's fine. And then let's make sure. So we put a class of CTA, but I'm going to change this to button. So we're going to update this. And then we just have to change the color. So I put this in the wrong place. There's our 4 cards. Right here. So it's here. We just have to change the color. So this is the 4 cards button, or it could easily be the grid item button. I think either one would work. We can do grid item button. And all we're doing is changing the background color. Well, yep, no, we're changing the background color to, I'm going to make mine navy. And the color will be white. And then for the focus, hover, active, we'll make the background color. Well, it also has a border. We should also do the border color. Border, color, also navy, and then we'll make the background color white and the color navy. There we go. And then this needs, that is a beefy button. So let's just adjust our padding a little bit. 1 rem on the top 1.5. Yeah, I like that a lot better. I should probably be a little more consistent with my buttons. Yeah, I'm going to think about that for tomorrow. I'm going to come up with a better plan for buttons. I do think it should be more consistent. And then let's just make, I would like to make this, which is an H3, a lot bigger. Yeah, right now the font size is 1.17 ems. That's a little big. What did we do for these? I'm kind of seeing a pattern here where maybe we could do a better job with some global styles. Yeah, so we don't have to redefine like tertiary heading for every single section. Let's do that. I think that's gonna help us. So I'm gonna take this out. This is going to help with a lot of styling. Yeah. We love that. And then let's make sure that we're just giving this particular paragraph tag in our card section a little margin. And then let's also grid item. Just gonna make, I guess we're just gonna center the whole thing. Good old text align center. And then we'll do grid, whoops, item P. We'll give this some margin. Beautiful. I think we need a little padding inside here, inside the, whoops, here. So I think we need to give this paragraph a little bit of padding to scoot that in. You could just put another container around it and add padding there, but I'm going to do it this way because it's easiest. There we go. Look at that. Look at that. I really like that we're keeping the gap consistent. That's something that I don't like about the Nitpicks website, and I did say that I reserved the right. I reserved the right to make changes as needed or as I desired. I like having a little extra space here. I don't love the inconsistent spacing, so I like that I'm making that change. I don't like that this 6-card grid is wider than the section beneath it. That I thought that was annoying. So I like this. Let's make sure that I actually don't think we need that much margin on top. So let's adjust this a little bit. Let's just do margin on the bottom. Yeah, that looks way more balanced. And then let's give this a little bit of, let's style that a little bit. So this is an H2, a secondary heading. So let's do a global style for secondary headings. So here's tertiary. Let's do secondary, and then if we have to overwrite it, we can. But let's at least do a global style. So we'll say font size, I'm going to say 2.5 rems. And then we'll lock in some margin. Yeah, I like that. Maybe 2.5 is a little big, but I do like it. We're headed in the right direction. Yeah. So here's our description. Here's the description wrap. So here's our description wrap, and then we've got the description and we've got the CTA. So here's the wrap. And I'm going to say display flex, flex, flow, row, no wrap. Justify content, space between, so it pushes it right up against the edges. Align items, I'm going to say flex start. We're not going to do a gap. Beautiful. And then this container, I think, just needs some margin on the bottom. Yeah. So this is aligned up at the top. So we'll work tomorrow on some of these call to actions where the links have, so any link that has an underline and an arrow, we'll get those styled tomorrow. So on hover, the underline disappears and the arrow transition sort of animates to the right and then to the left. Yeah, we may want to put a little more space here. And I realize that this text is not bigger. I gave mine H3s a specific style, and I'm going to go with that. I like that. I like the space that we have in between this H3 and the paragraph. I like that this is a different, these are different typefaces, but let's put a little more space here. Just push it down a tiny bit because she is a beefy button. She is a beefy button. Should we just add? So I'm going to say P last of type. And I'm going to say P first of type and just add extra margin. I'm actually going to take this off and only put margin. Yeah, because I don't want margin to be here. I only want it to be here. So that's perfect. That works. How much you want to bet that Nitpicks made this section narrower because they wanted these squares to be smaller? That's why they did that. If I had to guess. And they didn't want to just increase the gap. But I'm fine with the size of these images, these squares. I'm fine with these. Before I get started continuing working on the layout, I want to sort of lock in some button styles because I feel like I kind of did two different sets of button styles. The other thing I want to do is I want to adjust how we're dealing with links. Let me pull up, where is our screenshot? Let's pull up our screenshot. We're going to lock in how we're dealing with links as well. Okay, so here the links are by default have an underline, and then we've got this arrow. So I'm going to replace the arrow. Move this over here. Right now we have no underline by default until we are hover active focus, and the underline also extends to the arrow. So first we're going to replace this arrow, and we're going to make the arrow not part of the link. I only want the underline to be on the words. So let's replace this arrow first. Let's grab an arrow from Ionicons. I'm going to grab this guy. Where are we here? So I want to replace, let's get down here and find some arrows. Our social media. I think that's the slider right here. So we're going to take out every instance of this. So this is a nice idea, but I just don't love the arrow. And the arrow is not going to be part of the link. So it's going to be a sibling of the link. I think that's okay. I think that's okay. Yeah. We can change that if we need to, but I think that'll be okay. And then we also have here stroke current color. So we need to take out the current color and leave that stroke attribute empty so we can style the arrow ourselves. There we go. Beautiful. We're done. That's it. That's exactly what I wanted. Okay. So next I want to just make an adjustment to how we're styling the links by default. So right now, so I think the text decoration thickness is too thick. So I'm going to switch this to 2 pixels. And I want the text decoration color to be maroon. And then I want the hover to be transparent. So that's number 1. So now we have a line by default. Okay, perfect. Now we're going to do, anytime we have an anchor link plus an SVG, I want the SVG to be display inline block. And I think I'm going to make also, I think I can just make this display inline block as well. So anchor links by default are display inline, but we could make them display inline block, and then that gives us the best of both worlds, right? There we go. So you can see now that those are lining up next to each other. Now we can style this SVG accordingly as a sibling of an anchor. So we'll say width, I'm going to say 1 rem, height 1 rem, just like that. That's a little small, maybe a little bigger. Perfect. Oh, well, let's, it still seems a little small. And then anytime you use display inline block, you can also say vertical align middle. Whoops. Beautiful. I think that looks pretty good. That looks pretty spot on. I think we need a little more space. So our text underline offset, let's go 5 pixels. What do we think? I'm going to make that arrow just a smidge bigger. So let's do 1.5 rems. And then let's also make sure that our stroke is also maroon. Oh, I love it. Now let's make sure that when we hover, we have a little transition on this arrow. So let's also say transform, translate, and it's translate X. So I'm going to say 0 as a default. And then I'm going to say A plus SVG focus. I think this is the right way to do this. Focus SVG hover SVG active. Transform, translate X, like, I don't know, 10 pixels. It has to be, oh, it's, hang on. You hover on the anchor. Yeah, wrong one. Because right now I bet it's, yeah, it's just the SVG. So we want that to happen when you hover on the, and then let's also do a transition. And we're going to transition the transform. 300 milliseconds, ease in, out. Ooh, look at that. What do we think? So there's no confusion if you only are hovering over the arrow. This only, yeah, we love it. We love it. So now every link by, oh, we're going to have to reverse engineer this up here. But this is a good example in the navigation how every link is going to be styled by default with an underline, and the hover active focus will be that that underline disappears. So I'm good with that. I'm completely good with that, but we have to reverse engineer this for the navigation. I want the opposite to happen on the navigation, but I'm not going to worry about it now because my plan is to come back and sort of fine tune what's going on in the header. So I'm just choosing not to worry about that now, but that's going to be the plan. So now really anytime we have a link with a sibling of an SVG, we get this behavior, but it also supports just the link styles itself, which I think is great. I love. Make this a little bigger. So yeah, this is perfect. It's perfect. Cool. Okay, and we want to, let's do this here for this little shop category. We'll add our arrow. There we go. We'll take out the current color. There we go. Beautiful. So now we match really well. We love it. All right. Oh, buttons. So let's kind of nail down the button situation. So I'm actually kind of pleased with what I did here with our default styles for buttons. So we have good default styles here for buttons. I feel like I set this up in a way where you could add the button class to anything and it would style the button. So you could add it to literally button, the button element, or the anchor element, and it would style it exactly this way, which is what I want. So these global styles for the button element to remove the padding, the border, and the background color. You could also do appearance none. There's something about that that I don't like, and I don't have a good explanation for that other than I just don't like it. This is my preference. So this kind of erases all the button styles. This means then that if we have a button that is going to sort of function like a traditional button, all we have to do is add the button class to it and it's going to style it exactly how we want it to. So it's just super flexible and I'm loving it. But I sort of styled this specifically for the hero, and I think that this button is just a little too, it's fine for a hero, but I want it to be more flexible. I do want it to be more like this. So let's see here. So here's the button. Here's the button for, this padding. So let's take this. Just don't want this to be separate. And let's go up here. Let's stick this right here for a second. Okay, so first of all, this is the padding that I prefer right here. The other thing that I was thinking was I kind of feel like this button should be a solid white and the hover should have the transparent background. So I'm going to reverse that. And then that's going to be the default style. So I'm going to change this to a background color of white and a color of text color of black. And then the hover is going to be transparent. And this color will be white. Just like that. And then instead of having specific buttons for specific sections, first let's make sure this is working correctly. Yeah, I think this is better. I think this is better, especially since we're, kind of skirting this edge of having text over top of an image. This is better for usability. And I like the size. This is a good pill-shaped size. But for these grid item buttons, so here's our grid, and then it says class button. Let's go ahead and just make another class. We'll just do another class. So I'm adding kind of like a sibling class. I don't know if that's what the official name is. That's what I think of it as, a sibling class of Navy. And then we'll do button.navy. Button.navy. So now, let's make sure that works. Yes, it does. Good. So now we have some better styles. We could also do this for maroon buttons. So let's do that. Maroon. So now let's say in our next section, which is right here, class button maroon. There we go. Nice. That is a much better way to deal with that. And then let's add an arrow here. So we're going to have to, reverse engineer, but that's okay because global styles don't mean that you never undo something. It just means sort of the greater amount of styles, right? That's completely fine. It's completely fine to have to reverse engineer something on a section by section basis. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. So let's add the SVG arrow here, which is right here. It practically styles itself. Beautiful. The only thing that we're going to do different for this section is we're going to change the aspect ratio of those images. And that section is done. So, okay, those are like the two things that I wanted to fix. Very happy with that before we continue on. I'm also loving the pill-shaped button. We should do these pill-shaped buttons more often because they are slick. I like them a lot. Look at that. Oof. How do you not love a good transition? I don't know, that arrow feels a little too big to me. Ooh. Let's try. Yeah. I'm not going to mess with it too much more. But that looks great. Okay. All right. Good. Okay, let's do this full width section. So let's do this right here. I'm not going to do this little banner flaggy thing over here on the right, but I'm going to do this overlay with the half pill shaped. So let's find that. So hero, card section, 4 cards, full width. Here is our full width section. Full width. Okay, so full width, we've got, let's think about what our strategy is here. So we know that this pill wrap is going to sit over top, and probably this section is going to be position relative. The figure will be position absolute. Let's see here. Okay. This is exactly what I did in this build, but I have to refresh my memory. Position relative on the parent container. And then the figure is position absolute. And then the hero wrap. Interesting. The hero wrap is position relative. Yeah, because what I was trying to do with the slider yesterday, which I had a lot of trouble with, because of the way that we need the slider to function in order to be a slider, I wasn't able to do, but this is a good way to approach this. Here's why. This hero wrap does not need to be position absolute to be over top. The figure is position absolute to be underneath. And then we're still defining an aspect ratio on the parent container, but as we get smaller, the aspect ratio, we don't need the aspect ratio in order to respond to this container. That's what I like about this. So the aspect ratio is kind of acting like a minimum size, if that makes sense. And that's what we need here, because we need on mobile, without having to write a bunch of media queries, we need the small size, the container, to respond to whatever is happening inside that container without having to write 5 million media queries to handle the situation, which is not the end of the world, and sometimes you have to do that. But I do feel like this is a more flexible approach. So this is what we're going to do. So this will be position relative. let's see. So we've got a width of 100%, height, auto, and then aspect ratio. Definitely not 16:9. Maybe this is, how do I measure something? Let's see here. I just want to get like a basic measurement. There we go. So this is, where do I find? Okay, here it is. So this is 3200 by 1195. What is that aspect ratio? 3200 divided by 1195. That is 2.67 to 1. 2.67 to 1. Oh, wrong. Where are we here? Where'd you go? Okay, well, let's just get everything in here. Card section. Wait, am I losing my mind? Oh, I'm in the wrong, hang on, I'm in the wrong spot. Got it. Okay. Get with it, Angela. Here it is. Okay, good. So you can see there. So now let's get this in there. Trust me, I know what I'm doing. I have it all under control. We have it all under control. Okay, so we'll do position absolute. What's the best strategy here? Yeah, easy peasy. And I think we need to put a Z index. Oh yeah, and it had some flex stuff here on the parent as well. Display flex, this is what I was trying to do yesterday. Flex wrap, and align content. Oops. We actually may not need this because it's supposed to be off to the side, but we'll see how it goes. There, you can see it's kind of starting to work now. Okay. Position absolute, inset 0. Width, height, and we can't forget our Z index. Z index 0. Width 100%, height 100%, and then Z index is -1. I think this is still going to look a little crazy. Oh, yep, but it's working. So now we need to get our image into that container. Full width image. We're going to do width 100%, height 100%, object, fit, cover. Beautiful. Look at that. So here's our section. Here's our section. Here's our figure, position absolute. And then here's our pill wrap. Nice. And it's off to the side, which is what I wanted. Which is actually what I wanted. Oh, the line content is on the y-axis, not the x-axis. So that actually works in my favor because I do need that to be off to the side. And the way I got that centered is by just using a width and a max width, and margin auto is how I got that centered. So this is actually perfect. And then the hero wrap, we could also do display flex just to organize the content inside. But we might not need to do that because the content just needs to be, let's look at our mockup here. The content just needs to stack naturally. So I don't think there's any organizing that we need to do here. So let's start to style this a little bit. So here's our pill wrap. Let's just make sure that all of the content inside this container is, well, I guess it doesn't matter. So we'll do pill wrap, color white, there we go. And I think we need, I think we just need to adjust, yeah. Yarn of the, so yarn of the month comes first, and then we also need a call to action. So let's add that. So what do we want to be the H2? Like what would we say the H2 is? We could make the whole thing an H2. We just have to style that differently. So we could say, let's put this in a span, right? That's what spans are for. And then, oh, we have a see more here. Is there a link here someplace I'm not seeing? Oh. Oh, why don't I see it? There we go. What color is it supposed to be? We'll make that, oh, it's not supposed to be white. It's supposed to be a white background with dark text. Okay. So it is color black, but we need the background color to be white. There we go. And we need another style for our button. So let's do a button. Or we could just use one of the ones that we have. We could just do another navy. Yeah, let's do that. Whoops. There we go. Let's add some padding. Let's make this, give this some transparency. So we'll do RGBA. And then maybe 75%. Whoops. And then let's style that. So I'm going to say pill wrap. Secondary heading span. So we have to change the text back to fig tree. So I'm just going to grab this. And then let's also make this, well, I guess we have to make it display block, don't we? Well, if we put it in a div, can you put another div inside of an H2 though? I'll just make it display block. There we go. And then let's see if we can get this pill shape. Let's just do 3 rems all the way around. Let's rein in this width a little bit. Oh yeah, it's about 50%. We'll just make the width 50%. So maybe we say the width is 50%, but we'll have to put some media queries in there. So we'll just say width 50% from now. And let's give it some more padding. And then let's do a border radius, but we only want to do a border radius on the top right and the bottom right. Top right, 50 VH, border bottom, border bottom right radius also 50 VH. How do you not love CSS? Let's make that background a little more transparent, maybe 65%. Oh, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. How do you not love it? Okay. Let's make this a little smaller and we'll make this a little bigger. So right now, our font size by default is 2 rems. This is a lot bigger, and I think this also has some text shadow. So let's give everything in the pill wrap some text shadow, and we can borrow some of those styles. Let's see here, text shadow. Here we go. We'll try this. Ooh, that's too much. Needs a little. Not that much. I think that might even be a little too much. Let's bring this down a little bit. Yeah, that's definitely better. There we go. And then let's take this down. Let's do font size. Maybe, well, maybe, we'll try 1.5 rems. Pill wrap, secondary heading, font size. Right now it's 2. Let's try 3 rems. That looks nice. Doesn't that look nice? I think this needs to be a little bigger. I think the Wool of the Andes is good. Maybe, oh, yeah, it's way too big. That looks good. Oh, it's uppercase and it's got some letter spacing. That makes a huge difference, just like that. And let's make sure it's got a little more, maybe a little margin under there too. Just a smudge. Yeah. Oh, and I didn't spell Andes correctly. beautiful. And actually this picture, this is Wool of the Andes bulky. So I'm not going to change this at all, but I obviously need to change the text here, which is completely fine. And I think this text is a little bit bigger too. So let's pump that up a little. So font size, let's just try like 1.1 rems. It's usually a pretty good bump if you need it. Yeah, that looks great. Maybe a little bigger. Yep, that looks good. That looks nice. And then let's give this paragraph text a little bit of margin on the bottom. Oh, look at that. What? That looks great. So we have this nice aspect ratio now. And then we have a container that's as big as its text, right? So here's how this actually looks really nice. This is a good mobile experience. So that aspect ratio is like the minimum size. So let's write a couple media queries here. So where are we at? 930. So let's say at about 960, we just change the width. So here, I'll write a media query. Oops. And what was the width that we had here? Width 50%. Let's change our width to 85%. Oh, whoops, hang on. There we go. And then maybe once we get down to 600, we change it to like 95%. And we're probably going to want to clamp those font sizes. So we're shrinking a little bit. But this is not a bad mobile experience at all, I don't think. So let's tighten up some of this padding. We'll tighten up some of the padding, and then let's, well, what the heck? We have media queries. If we've got media queries, I'm not going to worry about clamping the text because I've got a 960 and a 600. So I think let's just use those. That's okay too. Clamping is great. We love a good clamp. Let's go back to 1 rem. At 600. And then let's adjust these at 960. So maybe instead of 3 rems, we want to take this down to like 1.5. And then for our span, our font size, we would just take this to like 1.1. Beautiful. It's gorgeous. And then let's tighten up that padding. So we have, where is it? Right here. So we have 4 rems of padding. How about at 960, we take that down to 2 rems. And then maybe at 600, we just take that down to 1. Oh yeah, I can tell a huge difference already. What do we think? Honestly, wasn't sure how this was going to turn out. And then we could make sure that we always have some margin. At least let's make sure that we just have margin of 1 rem on the top and bottom, And we won't worry about the left and right. So now we always just have a little bit of space there. I'm so excited about this website. I'm so excited about this. Let's write a couple media queries for this. Yes, this also. We styled this for card grid yesterday, but I didn't do the responsiveness. So let's do that. I'm in love with this. I'm in love with this section. Yeah, it looks great. It's very nice on mobile. That looks terrific on mobile. It's you can see there's a little bit of spillage there, but it's not too bad. We'll see how it actually looks on a mobile device once we get to the QA part. I think it's okay. I'm not worried about it. We could add more padding if we need to. So this is our 4-card section. Let's go back up to our 4 cards. So here's the 4 cards. Everything's pretty much in the grid. And we'll go ahead and do a media query here. Say at media. Max width, whoops. 960. I'm gonna do just a 2-column grid. Just like we did for the top. So basically, I'm just going to copy this. We don't need that. And we'll change this to 2, and we'll change this to 1. There we go. And then when did we change this to 1? I think 600. Yeah. I mean, this might hold up okay. We can change this to 1 column. That's going to get pretty squishy. If it didn't have the button, there's lots of situations where 2 columns does work, but I think there's too much information here, and I can always change that in the future if I want to. So for now, I'm just going to go the traditional 1-column method. And we don't need this. And then we have to fix this. This is our description wrap. And I think all I'm going to do here is at 960, I'm just going to pop this little link right underneath. So that's this. So we'll do the description wrap, and then we'll change the flex direction. And we'll just change it to a column. That should pop it right underneath there. Yeah, and then I think it just needs we'll do like a 1 rem of gap to give it some space. Beautiful. And that pretty much takes care of this section as well. So let's, yeah, we could try doing a blur. Let me see here. Okay. I don't exactly know how to do a blur. I'm just going to be honest. So let me Google it. CSS background blur. Backdrop filter. Let's look at the docs. Okay. The backdrop filter CSS property lets you apply graphical effects such as blurring or color shifting to the area behind an element. Because it applies to everything behind the element, to see the effect, the element or its background needs to be transparent or partially transparent. So it can't be white. So instead of white, it's a blur. Let's see here. Transparency is essential for the backdrop filter effect to be visible. The element itself or its background must have, okay, so some level of transparency. That's good. We already have RGBA. Okay, backdrop filter, blur, 10 pixels. Let's do it. Let's just try this. Oh, I like that. Is that what they're doing here? No, they're not doing that here. That is very impactful. Here, let's, I want to play with the value. I really like it. Good suggestion. I'm just curious. Really good suggestion. I like about 5 pixels of blur. Nice. Nice. Yeah, we're definitely going to do that again in the future. Look at that. I wonder if we took down... So if I take this down to like 50%, that's really slick. Yeah, I like that a lot. Good suggestion. Oh, you know what hang on, what we need to do here, we need to make sure that that is transparent. Let's go back up to our button styles. Yeah, so the background color should be transparent. So if we have a navy button, and same here. Let's make sure that this is all okay. Yeah. We're still good. So here's our next section. So we have basically gray buttons. So let's add another style of button just called gray. So the way I'm envisioning this is that it has a gray border and a gray background and black text. And when you hover, let's say that it has, well, should we just go to nitpicks and see what the functionality is? Keep in mind, I reserve the right to change my mind. I think we can do better. I think we can do better. They don't have any transitions on anything. Have you noticed that? Like they could offer, they don't really have any hover effects. Nitpicks should have hired us to make this website. It's not, I'm not saying it's a bad website. I'm just saying there's so many like little touches, little UI things that you could do to make this like just a little bit like of a user enhancement. So, okay, I don't personally like this. I'm going to do the gray background and the black text. When we hover, I'm going to make it so it's a black border and a transparent background. That's what I'm going to do. So, yeah, and I want to be careful. I don't want to be a jerk to the people who made the site. It's just, I just am going to do things a little different. That's all. Gray. So our border color is going to be, we're going to do, should we use one of our other colors that we haven't used yet? What if we did yellow and black? We haven't used any of our accents yet. And then we wouldn't need this. And then I'm gonna have to adjust some markup here. So here's our 4 cards. Here's our full width. And then let's add wrap to this nav. And then let's add we also need to make sure, I think that we should write our own width for this nav links. It needs to be a little bit narrower. And then let's call this button yellow. And this is the links section. And we'll do nav links. And I'm pretty much going to do this. Here's our wrap. So here's our wrap. Maybe we can stick with wrap, but we just change the width. So instead of 100 rems, we just change the width and we say, we can try 75. And let's make sure that we update this. And then let's make everything text align center. And then let's make this a little narrower. And this will be a little more staggered once we have different like words and things. I think this could be a lot narrower. And then let's add some we'll add a little bit of margin to these, like maybe 0.5 rems on the top and bottom. Well, all the way around. Okay, so let's acrylic, alpaca, wool, beginner friendly. There we go. It's a nice little grid. Yeah, that works. And then let's make sure that we just have some padding around this section. So maybe 2 rems on the top and bottom. then that just wraps naturally. That's the beauty of display inline block. That is the beauty of display inline block. Perfect. All right, so let's go ahead. This section is basically done. We just need to change the aspect ratio. So I would say that these are 9:16. That's all I'm going to do to change that. And the way that we do that is I just put a class on this grid. So up here we have card figure. No, wait, that's the wrong one. Right here, grid item figure aspect ratio 1. So we would actually do grid section portrait. I'll add this. And we'll just put another class here. And all we have to do is change this aspect ratio from 1 to 9:16. And it should be fully responsive. There we are. All right. Are these aligned? I think they are. So I want to adjust the padding on the secondary heading inside the description wrap, or the margin rather. I want to take the margin off the top. So let's go find that. I don't think I have separate styles for that. That's fine. We can go ahead and do that. So description, wrap, secondary heading, and all I'm going to do is the margin is 1 rem on the top and bottom. So we're just going to change that. There we go. That's more aligned. Yeah, that looks better. Uh-oh. Oh, that was interesting. What happened there? The whole thing wasn't styled. Little glitch in the browser. So let's fix our navigation here. Let's make sure that this is working correctly with the new way that we styled the links. So basically the navigation is getting the default styles. So we're just going to write a style specific to this anchor link when it's navigation. And it's not specific to mobile. So we'll just do this. Main nav, anchor element. So the default is text decoration, color, transparent. Focus, hover, active, We want the text decoration color to be maroon. There we go. And that didn't impact any of our default links. The other thing I'm thinking is it might be a good idea to make the text inside the buttons bold. So let's do that and see how it looks. So we'll say font, weight. What are our options for font weight? So for Fig Tree, we've got 300 through 900. So we have a lot. So I think let's try 500 and see how it looks. Yeah, that made a big difference. It was really noticeable here. That definitely helps. Let's see. That makes a big difference. 600, I really like. Yeah, that makes a huge difference there. I do like that. So let's do 600. Pretty much have everything styled up until this point. Let's go ahead and style this, and I'm just going to style things as they're laid out here. I'm not fully sure how I'm going to treat this section for myself. I'm sure I can find something to put in here, like a project, or maybe I could put in here like a pattern review, right? Like my favorite pattern or something like that. Yeah, that might be a really good idea. So, well, at any rate, let's go ahead and get started. Okay, so we have a full width section. Clearly, this is in a wrapper and our image is off to the right. So let's start with that. And I'm just going to call this testimonial. I'm pretty sure this is going to be like featured pattern or pattern review. Okay, so we're already in a wrap. Let's make sure. Yep, we're in a wrap. And this is the block post, the block quote, and the figure. And those are our stars. So testimonial wrap. And I'm going to do display grid because I am just in love with grid. So easy. And then what do we think? I think this is 50-50. So I'm just going to do, we'll see how it looks. And we'll give this some gap. And I'm going to give it a gap of, yeah. Oh, and then we need a background color. So we could use our tan color. We do have a tan. Should we try tan as our background color? Let's do it. Oh, but if we use tan as our background color, let's double check the contrast with black text. We know the contrast with white text is large only, which is 24 pixels. But I think we could do large text here. And large text still counts for buttons, so we don't need to make this a link. We could just make this a button. And we can make sure this is all large. Yeah, we'll check I have another method for accessibility checking, which I'm also going to test. So testimonial, background color. of tan. And we'll make the color white. And let's make the font size large text. Oops. That works. And let's make sure you have some padding. What are we giving the padding on other things? 2 rems of padding. Yeah. And then let's make this a white button. Here's our text. I'm going to collapse that for now. Button, and I think the default is, there we go. And then let's take out that SVG. That works. And our stars can be any color. I guess we'll just make them white. I have to be honest, I think this is an incredibly boring section. Design-wise, I think I can do better. But if we're just here to get it styled, maybe we don't need to worry about it. So maybe that's just one of those things that we need to improve upon here in the next phase. And for now, it's just about getting this styled. So let's go ahead and do our stars. And for this, I am going to do display flex. Flex flow is row no wrap. Justify content center, align items, center, and gap. Let's try 0.5 rems. There we go. Oh, we probably want this to be, justify content should be flex start. And let's do stars SVG. And pretty sure that's a fill, not a stroke. We'll make those white. There we go. Here's our block quote. So the browser gives block quotes a ton of margin by default. So I'm going to put that up with our global styles right here. Margin 0. So we've got the block quote, the stars, the citation. The citation is technically, pretty sure it's display inline. This is display inline by default. This is getting display. So this is getting display block because it's a div. The paragraph is also display block. So this is getting its own line. So let's also make citations display block by default. There we go. And then, so this is all aligning towards the top. It also has this quote, which we could go grab a quote, an SVG. I know you can do that with a Sudo class, but I'm going to do this instead. Quote. Maybe we do want to do just a character. HTML characters. punctuation. Yeah, we've done this before. Right. I'm going to do this. So we'll do the HTML code right here. So I'm going to put this instead of paragraph tags inside the block quote. Yeah, and then we can just size that. I'm going to call this the quote icon. I'm going to do an underscore. I think we can just give this a font size of, I don't know, and I think this has a ton of line height, so we'll probably want to take that off. Yep, just like that. There, that looks pretty good. Maybe 2 rems on the bottom. All right. And then what I kind of want to do is on this block class, I kind of just want to do this. Block, display flex direction, column, just so I can give it some gap without having to give every single thing margin, just like that. Oh. And then to make this responsive, it would be the testimonial wrap. Oh, we need to style this image for sure. So let's style the image first. Whoops. Here, I'm not going to worry about this. Okay, so the image, let's style that image. So so by default, the alignment is flex, pretty sure. Yeah, because this container stretches all the way to the top and bottom. So let's make sure. So the figure is already stretching all the way to the top and bottom. I don't think we need to give the, we're not setting an aspect ratio. I don't think we need to do anything to this figure. We just need to make sure the image is filling the entire container. So testimonial image. Width 100%, height 100%, object fit, cover. Beautiful. So now that image beautiful. That's exactly what I wanted. And it gives us a lot more room before we have to go into mobile. So I think 960 is a good. So I think we should make this mobile at 960. And I don't think, you know what? I'm going to leave the margin on the wrap. We don't need to mess with that. It looks fine. So I don't need to, I don't think there's anything here I need to do differently. So the testimonial wrap, we'll do a media query. And we don't need that. Let's do that. And probably, yeah, that works. And I'm not going to reduce the text size. I really can't reduce the text size. It wouldn't be accessible. But I think that's okay. I think that's okay. So let's... That's about how this would look on mobile. It fits. Everything fits right into the window. We've got accessible font size. I'm good with that. So next we want to do our Instagram grid. Not an actual API feed, static images. So again, this is in a wrap, and I'm also going to use CSS Grid for this. And the wrap is the container. So I'm going to say display grid. Grid template columns. What do we have here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we'll say repeat 6, 1FR, and I'll give this a gap of 1 rem. And then let's update the aspect ratio of the figure. Oh, not right there, right here. So this would be Instagram figure. And width 100%, height auto, aspect ratio, we'll just say 1, so it's a nice square. And then Instagram image will be width 100%, height 100%, and object fit cover. There we go, nice little squares. So let's make sure that we have, so this has a white background. Let's make sure that we have some space, some padding. And we'll do 2 rems on the top and bottom, 0 on the left and right. And then let's just text align center to get our heading centered. The CSS just practically writes itself. Okay, let's make this responsive. I want this to be a 2x3 on mobile. So I think once we get down to 960, yeah, right around there, we can go and switch that to a 2x3. So that's the Instagram wrap, and we'll tighten up that gap also for mobile. Look at us, we're just flying through it today. Love this. Love the flow state. We don't need that. So I'm going to change that to 3, and I'm going to change the gap to 0.5. There we are. All right, now let's do our About Us section. So this has this is like an orangey red background. I'm gonna do the maroon background. Yeah. And then we'll do a very simple footer. So this is the About Us section. This also has a wrap, and it has our logo. Give this a little padding. Give this a background color of maroon. And we'll make the text color white. I don't know if I think I'm gonna do navy. I don't think I like this maroon as a background color. We can keep going. I'm not loving it. It looks very well, I was gonna say orangey, but it got color picked directly from this image, this orange yarn in the image. So that's why it looks orangey. Let's try navy. Yeah, I like that a lot better. And navy and tan go together. So if these are in the same window together, I will always prefer cool tones over warm tones. Always. So let's do About Us SVG. And so we have a bunch of global styles for our SVGs. And this particular SVG, which is right, oh, you can't see it at all because my giant head is in the way. So the SVG is right here where my cursor is, but it's tiny because it's getting all of those global styles. So I'm pretty sure that this is a fill, not a stroke. So we'll make that white, and then we'll update the width. Let's try 350 pixels. So we'll need a max width of 100%, and then we'll just say height auto. And then we'll also do margin 0 auto. Yeah, that looks good. And that should be nice and responsive too. I like that navy so much better, but there, that logo's nice and responsive now. And then we can also do text align, center, and then we have a call to action here. Let's add our arrow SVG. Oh, I guess we do a button. I guess they're doing a button here. So we could do a button too. There we go. So we've got, there's our logo, there's our heading, paragraph. So let's give our paragraphs in this section some margin. Yeah. And then let's see how this holds up on mobile. There's really not a lot to do for mobile. Everything should scale. We might want to just cut down on some of this margin. This would probably be a great time to clamp the margin, which we don't do often enough. So I think on mobile we could go 1 and then maybe 2.5 viewport width for that middle, and then 2 for desktop. I know there's like a formula for this that already looks better, but I tend to guess. Yeah, that works. That works really well. That works really well. Oh, and look at what we have going on up here, which this is a pretty small size to have to support, but let's make sure that our stars, our SVGs up here, are responsive. Everything else is. So let's make sure that those little stars are also responding, because right now it's just width and height. I don't want to put a max width on the global styles, but we can definitely do that for our testimonial right here. So let's just do max width 100%, and that should take care of that. So we should see those. There we go. Look at that. Look at those little stars. So now we're not overflowing. Yeah, perfect. Perfect. Look at that. So cute. We're really flying through things here today. Okay, let's do a footer. Let's do a footer. So let's just keep it kind of simple. We'll do a paragraph. I'm going to give this a class of copyright in case we need to style it. And then I'm going to do a span with an ID of date, so we can put in a dynamic date. And then I'm going to do copyright. And we'll put in a copyright symbol. So copyright date, copyright symbol date, and then I'm going to put my name. And then let's do the social media icons in the middle. So we'll make a copy of our social media icons, which is, let's collapse this. We'll do this. There we go. And then let's do a, oh yeah, we're going to work on this next. You're going to love it. Back to top. I just learned how to do this week. So, well, actually this is going to be a link. And then we're going to put hashtag top. And then we're going to put an ID on the body that says top. So now, if we click back to top, it jumps back to top, but we can do some smooth scrolling. So on the HTML, we can say, what is it? Scroll behavior, smooth. I think that's all it is. So in the old days, we had to write jQuery or JavaScript. I used to write jQuery to do this, but now watch. Now we have smooth scrolling. And since this is a one-page website, we're going to add smooth scrolling to all of these navigation items. So let's do that now. So here's our navigation. So let's kind of talk through what each of these things is even going to be. I'm going to make a list. So these are the nav items. So we don't need to scroll to the slider. So this would be like our categories. This is going to be, I'm going to call this top yarns actually. So we'll say top yarns. Whoops, yarns, not yearns. This is going to be, we'll call this featured. I'm going to call this links. I'm going to call this favorites because my plan for this section is that I was going to feature my favorite Instagram accounts. So I'm just going to do favorites. And then I'm going to say pattern. And then this is Instagram, this is About Us, and this is the footer. We could do About Us. So that would give us 7 links. These are the 7 links we're going to put in the navigation then. So let me put this over here. So this would be categories, and this would be a hashtag categories. I'm going to call this top yarns. Whoops. Top yarns. This would be featured. This would be links. This would be favorites. This would be patterns. And then we need one more. This is About Us. And it's never full, the About Us is never fully going to scroll all the way to the top. It can't scroll bigger than the page itself, but if somebody clicks that link, it'll at least scroll to the bottom of the page. So we're gonna test it out here. So About Us. So now we have to add these IDs to these sections. So here's the card section. This is going to be ID equals categories. This is the ID equals top yarns. This is the full width, which I think is featured. So this is ID equals featured. Here's the links. ID equals links. This is the favorites. Whoops. This is the patterns. So this is ID equals patterns. And then this is About Us. Okay, so in theory, come on, up, there we go. Okay, so we should be able to scroll now to each section. we think? So we have some styling to do because it automatically scrolls to the top, which kind of puts it underneath. For a couple of these, it's okay because there's enough padding. So this doesn't have, probably the best way to fix this is just to make sure that we have some more padding on these sections. And then we would want to add, probably be a good idea to add a heading and some padding to these card sections. Because it really is kind of okay for everything else. It just needs more padding and it'll be fine. And then that's why I put the back to top link down in the footer. So now we have a way to get back to the top. Just like that. Let's add some padding to this, to all of the sections. Well, let's add padding to all of the sections first, just to make sure that that actually is going to work. So let's do 4 cards first. So that is a lot more padding now. That's kind of perfect. Yeah. So for featured, I guess we can just add more padding to featured, right? That's the full width. Although that it doesn't really have, it already has 4 rems of padding. Maybe it's fine. I mean, it doesn't really cover anything up there, right? Maybe this one's fine. Because this section doesn't really have padding. I kind of like it like that. So I think this is fine because you still see everything that's happening inside there. So let's just give some more padding to our links section. Okay, so if we go back to featured, now we go to links. Yeah. And then this also has the extra padding. So I think this one, that's our favorites. Beautiful. So we'll give a little extra padding. We're going to have to adjust that padding for mobile. Perfect. I'm not worried about the padding for About Us because this is never going to scroll all the way to the top. I don't think we need an Instagram link in the navigation. So let's add a title and some padding to our category section, which means that we can change this from a div to a section because we will give this container a heading. So yeah, let's do that. So it has a wrap. So we'll just do, and let's see here. These are all H3s already. Secondary heading. And I'm going to call this categories for now, but I might come up with a more clever title later. Well, I could just say knitting fiber categories. Fiber categories. Yeah. Okay, so we just have to adjust some of the padding in the margin. Navigation. Okay. Let's clean some of this up. I'm going to keep that for now. Where is this getting space from? Oh, from that? So we'll do card section, padding for rems on the top and bottom, 0 on the left and right, text align center to center our heading. So that has, there's the padding for that. Oh, the wrap has margin. Yeah. This H2 is outside of this wrap. But this heading is inside of the wrap. And there's a reason for that. So we may also want to give, the wrap is there, plus the H2 has margin. Plus this wrap has 2 rems. We may just want to give extra margin just to that heading. Yeah. This heading inside this card section just needs extra margin because it's outside of the wrap container. And I think we have one more that is going to need the same thing, which is completely fine. That's why you do global styles, and that's why you still sometimes need some specificity in order to make some styles more specific, right? I mean, that's obvious the way I just said that, but yeah. That looks good. This one also needs more margin because I bet it's sitting outside the wrap. That looks good. That looks good. So let's fix the margin on our H2 just for this links section. How easy is this? How simple is this? Yeah. So the H2 is sitting outside the wrap container, which is what we want. I would rather adjust the font size on a section by section basis than adding more divs or more containers. To me, that makes sense. To me, that makes sense. It might not, you might have a different approach. This is my approach. So we'll do links, secondary heading, margin, 2 rems. Yeah, a little more. Perfect. I love it. It does add a hash tag to the URL. I think that's fine. It does mean you can create links based on those hashtags. So if you were to link to a site like this, or you had a landing page with different hash values for different points of the page, you could link to a page and have the page scroll directly to that spot. We did that all the time at my last job. Let's zoom in a little bit and see what this looks like. So I think this would be kind of a more traditional laptop experience. So we've got categories, top yarns, featured, links. These are going to be my favorite Instagram accounts. This is going to be kind of like pattern reviews. I might put a little more padding in here, and then About Us. And I'm not going to change anything for About Us because that's never going to scroll all the way up. So that is just fine. So let's style this footer. So for our footer, I'm going to do, for the footer, I'm going to do Flexbox. Because that doesn't, so here's what I'm learning about the difference between Flexbox and Grid. Grid is when you need equal columns and you don't want to have to specify what those widths are. You just want the browser to do it for you. Flexbox is when you want something arranged in a pattern or in rows or grids, and you don't want the columns to all be equal. You only want them to be as wide as their container unless you specify it. That's how I'm interpreting the difference, and that's how I'm using it. So this is a perfect example of how I don't want Flexbox to specify what those grids are. So let's go ahead and do display. Well, we probably do need to put this inside of a wrap, don't we? Yeah, we do. So let's do footer, wrap. I'm going to do display flex, flex flow, row, no wrap. And we're going to say justify content space between align items center, just like that. They're a little off kilter because I'm not defining a width. So let's, well, first of all, before we start messing with the evenness, let's actually get a date in here. So I'm just going to say const date, whoops, date, oh my gosh, Angela, document, query selector, date, and we'll get the year, which is new date, and get full year. So if date, there we go. So the date equals text content year. As I really don't want to define a width. It's just going to be a little off kilter. I'm just far too lazy to do a width. That's why I'm looking for ways to make this look even without doing anything. Yeah, I'm just going to do that. Yeah, it's a little off kilter, isn't it? I'm going to have to. Okay. I'm forced. So the width of the copyright is 147.59. The width of the social nav is 160. So let's just give each of these paragraphs a width. So I'm just going to say width 150 pixels, max width, even though it probably would never be small enough to matter, 100%, and then that'll even that out. Yeah, so now it's nice and even. technically this last paragraph isn't going to be right justified. Last of type. Text align, right. There we go. Let's make sure that that is responsive. So at media, whoops, max width, probably. I mean, this holds up pretty well till maybe 600. I'm going to change the flex direction to column. We'll make sure that everything has a gap. I'll make sure it's 0 gap on desktop. And we might as well make it text align center. And then let's make sure our footer has a little bit of padding. I'm just going to give it 1 rem of padding. And how does this look on desktop? I don't think we need that much padding on desktop. Whoops. Just on mobile. There we go. And we have a lot of padding to tighten up for mobile since we added so much for that navigation. But let's at least test this and see how it works. I mean, it's perfect. It's perfect for mobile, which means that mobile has a lot of padding that we don't want. I might have to think about that. We have a lot of refining that we need to do for mobile, like for this header. And I think I've already decided for this header that, well, first of all, it's a landing page for knitting and crocheting. So do I need my LinkedIn and my GitHub? Probably not. I think I'm going to take out, I'm only going to leave in the Instagram. Yeah, I think I'm only going to leave in the Instagram. That's going to kind of solve this problem of this awkward menu icon. We also need to make sure that on scroll, we're adjusting the height for our banner. Let's do this now. No time like the present. No time like the present, which means, do we need social media icons in the footer if we're only going to... I mean, I could put all of my personal social media icons in the footer and just have Instagram in the header. There's no rule that says they have to be the same, they have to match. And I do think it's kind of an old technique that you stuff a header with lots of social media icons. I don't think that people do that as much these days. Yeah. So I'm going to take out GitHub and LinkedIn and just leave Instagram in the header. And then I think I'm actually thinking I might add more social media icons to the footer. That instantly improves what's happening here in the header. But let's refine some of these header styles. Let's just do this now. The other thing that happened this past week rather, is that, okay, tell me if you can relate to this. You're trying to do something. You try every way you can think of to do it. Like, you have gone through every way to achieve something, get something to work a special way. And you feel like you've tried it isn't just that you've tried everything, it's that you've tried everything at least 5 times and it doesn't work. And then a week or a month goes by and you go back to it and suddenly you try something and it instantly works. That's the experience I'm having right now with this navigation. So when you close the navigation, it just closes. There's no transition. I feel like I have tried every method in the book to animate closing the navigation. Apparently, I was wrong. I don't know how I didn't try this. I don't know how I didn't get this to work, but let me show you how I finally got it to work. We can, in fact, animate closing the navigation. So here's our navigation. Here's the mobile styles. So here's that drawer. Here's the transition. We're transitioning the transform. All we have to do is transition the visibility. So I'm just going to add all. I had to have tried that. How did I not try that? How did I simply not try animating the visibility? I don't know. So now we animate in both directions. Am I losing my mind? How did I not try that? Because I've been saying for a couple of months now, oh, you actually can't animate closing the animation. Of course you can. So I don't know how I didn't try that. I don't know how I didn't figure that out. Also, I'm going to take out the opacity part of this. We don't need that. We just need the visibility. And I'm going to take out that. I'm going to do it there. So there we go. I don't know how I didn't try that. How did I not know that? How did I not ever get that to work before? So this instantly fixed this. Look how much better this looks. I would like to make sure, because we have some natural space from the button over here on the right, I would like to make sure that we have space on the left as well. So I changed the padding to 0.25 on the left and right. So let's update this, line 331. Well, first of all, if I don't change the padding at all, what happens? What does it do? How does it look? You can tell that there is a lot more on this side, and that's because we have all that padding from the button until it's transforming or the background's changing. So I mean, we could just okay, so let's do this. So it's top, right, bottom, left. So let's do top, 0.25, 0.5 rems, 0.5 rems. And then maybe on the left, we just give it a little bump. How does that look? That looks even. That looks even. And we're now comfortably supported well below 300 pixels, but let's make sure. Let's give yeah, that's got 0.25 rems of margin. So let's take out this margin on the open button. I remember putting that in there, and then let's just give everything a little bit of gap instead. So this is line 351. So I'm going to take that out. Oh, actually, we need to take all the margin off of this then. Yep. And then let's give this nav container. Let's just give this a little bit of gap. There. That finally looks balanced. This finally looks balanced to me, because I really don't want to compromise. We can't compromise on the size of these buttons. This we just need to adjust a little bit. Yeah, I remember this. So our SVG is 28 by 28. Let's get this. This math isn't mathing. So let's get this doing what it should. So if we do 1 point, I think I made this a little bit bigger because the spacing around this was kind of weird. So if we do, where's my, let's see here. So basically we want it to be 3 rems by 3 rems. So 3 minus 1.75 is 1.25 divided by 2 is 0.625. So 0.625. There we go, 48 by 48. Oh, and we had that margin in to push it over. Okay, we're so close. Okay. Top, right, bottom, left. Top, right, bottom, left. There. I love it. Okay, now let's fix our scroll. So if our text at the top scrolls to 2 lines, which we'll say for the sake of argument that 2 lines, it's never going to be more than 2 lines. We just need to measure now how big our banner is. So this is 301, 48 actually, 301 wide by 48 pixels tall. So where's our scroll? So 251. So we just have to adjust this. So scrolled. So when does that start to wrap? So that starts to wrap for What's the best way to deal with this? So the best way to deal with this, instead of relying on just this pixel value when things happen to start wrapping based on the length of the word, I think the best way to deal with this is to pick a width, and in the banner, this call to action is already display inline block. I mean, we should just break this and make it display block. So it falls to the second line, and then we can decide for ourselves at which width, so we know how to do that scroll height. And we have styles for banner, anchor link. So here's banner. So let's say 550. So I'm going to do at media, max width, 550 pixels, banner, anchor, display block, and although it's always going to be display block then, it's never going to wrap. So that's not really going to work, is it? Yeah, maybe we do just need to... Well, it's not dynamic content, so it's not going to change unless I change it. Let's just say we'll do a media query of 450. Yeah, we'll just do a media query of 450. And we're going to change this top value. Oh, whoops. We'll see if it works. And what did we say it was? 48? It's at 451, that's why. There we go. Gosh darn it. Okay, 451 it is. There we go. You know what? Why aren't I just giving it a height and doing that? Why aren't I just doing that? There's nothing wrong with that. Height. Oh, but I don't want to do the height of the header. I just want to do the height of the banner. I can't do 451. I just can't do it. Well, it's 4 pixels. Let it go, Angela. It's 4 pixels. I do feel like, yeah, that changed because we changed the line height. So that's 28 now. Yeah, so we'll change this. There we go. Okay, I can live with that. This is an improvement. So let's definitely go ahead and push this and take a look on an actual mobile device. So we'll do that right now. Header styles for mobile. All right, we'll let this percolate up to our repository. Yeah, we definitely need to figure out what's going. I need to come up with a plan this week for the padding. But that looks good. The contrast isn't as good when I share my phone on OBS. That's the streaming software. So some of the grays and things like that don't come through. But they are there. I mean, overall, I think this is looking pretty good. I'm very happy with what we just did with our header. I think this looks good. I like this. Our little back to top works. See, here's where it's really nice to have that transform to close the menu, because a normal user experience would be somebody would go to the navigation, click on a link, and a new page would load. So you would never see, a normal user would probably never see that menu close. But in this case, you're scrolling to different parts of the page, so they are closing it. And it's nice to make sure that they're getting that transition. So, yeah, I just need to come up with a plan for how to deal with this extra space. Because there's a lot of padding there for mobile. But I'm very happy with what we just did for the header. Very happy with that. Yeah, that looks great. So next week, we need to get our slider wired up and working. That's no problem. Figure out what I'm gonna do with this padding. Which here's honestly what I'm probably going to end up doing. I think a more practical approach to dealing with those anchor points on the page. Let's see here. Collapse this. Oh, and we can change this to section because that has a heading now. The more practical approach is going to be putting a div in between each of these things and then giving the ID and then doing a class of like anchor point. So if everything has an anchor point, then we'll go up here, we'll make it a global style. So anchor point, so all of the anchor points will be position relative, and then top, probably, so we'll say -2 rems. Oh, whoops. So the anchor point is right there. Let's do something obnoxious like -5 rems. There, now you can really see it, where you can control where that scroll point is. I updated the content and images yesterday, and I'm very proud to say that I did not use ChatGPT for any of the content because I think content written by ChatGPT is so glaringly obvious. I would rather have content that is filled with mistakes or like maybe grammar or punctuation mistakes, just as a signal that I didn't use ChatGPT to write my content. Let's go through each of these sections so I would just like to talk about how I decided that I was going to repurpose these sections. This is the other thing that this project sort of presented as a challenge, where I think normally I'm the type of developer who really relies on content first to build a design around the messaging. Now I was in a position where I was taking this layout that was already done for me, and I had to decide how my messaging fit into the layout. And I don't think there's a right or wrong answer at all. I think that it is a skill that you should have to be able to do both, because I've worked at agencies who had strong opinions about the fact that they were design first, and then they had copywriters who specifically wrote content to fit the design. So that's a thing. That's an approach. And I do think that if you're going to be freelancing and helping your clients with content, taking that on, you need to be flexible to have both approaches. So this was a good exercise for me to sit and be very thoughtful about how I wanted to do that. And it all worked out. So I'm very pleased with what I came up with. I did add a header and a description to this section. Oh, it's also worth noting that I added content and images. I did not change markup, and I did not write any styles. So I have a mental list of a gazillion things that I want to change here, style-wise and markup-wise, and I didn't do any of it. I wanted to save all of it for the stream, for when I was recording, so we can kind of talk through that together, and I can explain my rationale or what I'm thinking. But in general, this was an excellent exercise in how to organize my messaging for this project. So I added, I think we added this H2 last weekend. I also added a description just to sort of describe the section. That's what a description is. I probably didn't need to expand on that thought. These are my basically categories, and then just a little 1 or 2 sentences describing each category. I think I'm going to take out these links. It's not e-commerce. I don't really have anything to point to. I don't think we need links for this right now. So I feel good knowing that we have links styled when the time comes, but for now at this stage, we don't need these links. So I am going to be removing these links. We have a lot of space here in between the sections. The other thing that we worked on last week was the scrolling navigation to each section. And I think at the very end of last Sunday's stream, we came up with a plan for how we were really going to dial that in with some precision. But we didn't quite get there yet. So there's a lot of space here. We're going to be fixing that. This section are just things from my own stash that I found, and I wanted to say, like, hey, this is like a favorite of mine. Let me tell you why I like it. The only content here I haven't finished is I need to put in a description here, and I need to figure out if there's going to be a call to action. What I could do is I could link each of these things to a place on the internet where you could go buy these, right? But I feel like I have a lot of links out for shopping or products, and I've just I'm like, okay, is this just going to be a landing page of where to buy stuff? So I'm still kind of thinking about that. But I will, I think this evening, write just a couple little words here about what each of these yarns is. I didn't get that far. I also don't think that we need this shop category link because these aren't real products. So, but overall, I'm very, very happy with this section. And these pictures I took yesterday, in fact, these 5 pictures were the only pictures that I had to take for this site. So I took these yesterday afternoon. And then this is a new spinning project that I just started. And I took a couple versions of this picture, like a couple different angles. The first one didn't really work, so I put this one in, and I was like, oh shit, is this gonna work? Like, I don't know if this is gonna work. And then I put this in, and I was like, yes, we love this. This is an awesome picture. So this is just like my current spinning project. So featured, I think this is kind of perfect, like a perfect section for what I'm currently working on. And then I am linking to where somebody could buy this fiber if they want to. And here's what I mean by like a link section, by lots of links on places to buy stuff. This section right here, I literally just decided to make links to my favorite places to shop for yarn and fiber. I mean, why not? This is where I love to buy yarn and fiber. And who knows, maybe maybe another the last thing I need to do is enable another yarn buyer, but I think it's fun to see where everybody buys their yarn and fiber. So I thought this was the perfect section for that. This section, and we do need to do some styling here. This section are just a couple of, again, I love my Fiber and Craft Instagram because I follow so many amazing creative fiber people, knitters, crocheters, dyers, but I just wanted to highlight a couple of my favorite. And so we're going to do some extra styling here. And the calls to action are pointing directly to their Instagram profiles. Again, I don't know if we need to keep this shop category here. I like knowing that I have this styled if I ever want to add that. I do have a link to my Instagram up here in the header. So there's already a call to action here for that. And then there's another call to action here. And again, I'm kind of skipping this section, but I'm not using a third-party API. I'm not using a Meta or an Instagram API to pull in a feed from my Instagram. I'm just not there yet. I don't have time to do that. I personally, if I was going to do this, I would set up an Express app so I could hide the API key, and I just don't have time to do that right now. So I just went through my own library of photos and pulled out images that I know I've posted on Instagram at some point. So this is static, but again, we do have a call to action here. Okay, so this is like the testimonials section, and I decided to call this, this is my pattern section. So I wanted to just keep this as like a featured pattern, like a pattern that I really like, a pattern that I enjoy. And the first pattern I'm featuring, and we need to style this image too, because I want this to be a square. And also this is kind of messy. I have a plan for this too. So again, I was just adding content. This is just a sock pattern that I use to learn how to knit socks. And I really love knitting socks. So I wanted to feature this pattern that I really, really enjoy. So that's that section. This is the About Me section, very simple. Again, a call to action to the YouTube channel for Fiber and Craft, a couple words about me. I think I will put my profile image into this section. I just didn't get to it yet. So we'll see if we get to that today. And then in the footer, we have to do a little extra in the footer here because last week we styled this footer. So things were evenly aligned, but I decided to change the copyright. I put the word copyright back in, and I put my name in and linked back to my personal website, a little cross promotion. So we have to just adjust some of what's going on in the footer here. And then I think it's worth noting that the very, very top banner, I put visit Fiber and Craft on YouTube, and again with a call to action to the Fiber and Craft YouTube channel. And we need to fix this link also. And then we also need to fix our scroll. I think I kind of screwed up our scroll, so we're going to tweak that as well. I had a conversation yesterday with ChatGPT, and ChatGPT was giving me a bunch of code, which I asked for, but I'm not going to use it. I want to use GitHub Copilot, but I at least want to share this conversation with you around accessibility and sliders. Because what's the observation that I made on the Nitpicks website is that they have it auto plays. There's no play or pause button, so you can't stop the slider. And if we're hovering, you can see my mouse here, if we're hovering over the slider or hovering over the header, it doesn't stop the slider. It doesn't pause the slider. It really is kind of an accessibility issue to not be able to pause and play something that is moving. Users need to have the option to pause and play things that are automatically moving. So I flat out asked, I said, is it a best practice to have sliders autoplay? They rarely have play and pause buttons. That's why I ask. So here's the short answer first, then some nuance. No, autoplay isn't considered a best practice anymore, especially without user controls. If you do include it, it should pause on user interaction, hover, focus, scroll, tabbing in. Include a visible play pause control. Respect reduced motion preferences, which that's a media query. Prefers reduced motion as a media query. It's not a substitute for accessibility, but it should be included as accessible. Never loop endlessly at a fast pace. So I'm sorry to say, nitpicks, you're breaking all of these rules. Okay, why autoplay fell out of favor? Accessibility. Moving content that advances automatically can disorient users, particularly those using screen readers or with vestibular motion sensitivities. WCAG 2.1 Success Criterion 2.2.2 literally says, if something moves or updates automatically, you must provide a way to pause, stop, or hide it. User control. Most users scroll past sliders quickly. Research, Nielsen Norman Group, Baymard Institute shows that people ignore or even distrust autoplaying carousels because they can't read fast enough before slides change. Performance. Autoplay often means timers, image preloads, and repainting, all of which can slow the page or drain a battery on mobile. Conversions. A static, well-designed hero with one clear call to action almost always performs better than a rotating banner. A slider can work if it's interactive, user-driven, not if it's acting on its own. Best practice approach today. If you want a modern, accessible slider, default to manual, no autoplay. Add fade transitions for optional polish. Provide play pause only if it does autoplay. Support keyboard navigation, so next, previous, or tab, and Honor prefers reduced motion. So in your case, if your design already feels balanced with manual dots, keep it manual. It'll load cleaner, be more accessible, and you can always add autoplay later behind a play button if there's a good reason. And in my opinion, this is all I need to hear to know to not set up a timer and have it autoplay, because it's a wildly large amount of JavaScript for something that isn't even a best practice. So that's all I need to know. Manual sliders are now the default best practice. Autoplay is only acceptable when it's optional, clearly controllable, and respectful of user preferences. And I was like, yeah, that's all I need to know. So the next question I asked is, if my slider only has dots, which are buttons, do I need to have next and previous arrows? And I'll take you through this conversation. If your slider has dots only, that's totally acceptable if each dot is an actual button, which mine are. Each has an accessible label, ARIA label, slide 1, etc. Ours do. The current one is clearly indicated visually active, which again, ours are. And you don't rely on motion or hover to reveal a state. We don't. We have a motion, we have a hover for a state, do I? We can add one. I don't rely on it, but we can add one. This setup already covers both mouse and keyboard users with proper focus states. Screen readers will announce slide to button, not pressed, etc. So from an accessibility and UX standpoint, dots alone are fine. When to add next or previous arrows. Add arrows if any of these apply. You have more than 4 to 5 slides. Dots become tiny, hard to target, and require visual counting. Okay, right here. First of all, they're at the very bottom of the page, and they have 8. They have 8 slides autoplaying. It's a lot. Your slides contain detailed content, not just background images. Arrows give users clearer, predictable navigation. Touch users, mobile tablet, arrows or swipe gestures are more natural than aiming for small dots. You expect keyboard-only users to navigate quickly. Arrows are easier to tab into than multiple dots. If you ever add arrows, they should be simple buttons. So practical rule of thumb, 3 to 5 slides, dots only, clean and fine. More than 5 slides or dense content, add arrows. touch swipe audience, mobile heavy, arrows or swipe gestures, accessibility priority, always a good idea. Dots with good focus states are enough, arrows are optional. So we only have 3 slides. I am not planning on adding more slides. I don't even know what content I'm going to put in the slides. But I personally kind of wanted to have a slider just to close the loop on the fact that it was an authentic homepage clone, since I changed so many things. So TLDR, your current setup dots only with labeled buttons and a visible active state is absolutely valid. Arrows just make sense if navigation needs to be faster or the number of slides grows. And then I said I won't have more than 3 slides or dots, and my dot tab target is always going to be 48 by 48, which it's not now. So here's what I'm thinking. ChatGPT is telling me that this is okay. I would prefer to make sure that my dots have a tap target of 48 by 48, which is, it's pretty juicy. That's going to be a juicy tap target. So let's kind of fix the styling of the dots and see how it looks. If we hate it with that big of a tap target, we'll add arrows. If we can make it look decent with just dots, we'll just keep the dots and wire it up as a manual slider. Okay, so let me tell you what the response here was. We had a couple more things here. So 3 slides, totally manageable visually and cognitively. 48 by 48 pixel tap target meets the WCAG target size guideline and Google's mobile-friendly benchmark. Button elements and ARIA labels accessible by default. That combination is pretty much textbook ideal for a simple hero slider. You've covered the usability, accessibility, and design sides all in one shot. No need for arrows, autoplay, or extra controls unless you decide to expand it later. So yes, your default slider with 3 labeled dots is best practice. Okay, this was the other question that I had. Let's take a look here. I had moved the dots before the slides. I don't remember if I did that last weekend or the weekend before. I said I put my dots markup before the slides in the DOM. Is that good for accessibility? And then I asked about code for a swipe gesture on mobile, which I'm not going to do, but I was just curious about what that code looked like. Okay, so dots before slides, is that acceptable? It's acceptable, but not ideal. Screen readers will hit the dots or the controls before they've encountered any slide content, which can feel a little backwards. Move dots after slides in the DOM. Pros, content is read first, controls second, more natural reading order. Either way is fine. I'd slightly favor option 2 if you're tweaking markup anyway. Don't hack focus order with a positive tab index. Yeah, I totally agree with that. So I'm going to move this after the slides, and then let's tweak the styles a little bit and see if we can get a tap target on those dots, and then we don't have to do arrows. So let's try and style the buttons and see if we can get them to look decent with the appropriate tap target. I just literally don't want them to look too goofy. That's all I care about. Yeah, as long as they don't look too goofy, we can stick with just dots. But if they look goofy, then we have to add arrows. So let's just try it. So in order to do this, right now, this circle / dot is the button. And I need to be able to put padding on the button and not make the circle itself bigger. I'm going to make the circle a little bit bigger, but it's not going to be 48 by 48. I need to be able to put padding around it, so I have to put something inside this button. So I'm just going to put a div with a class of circle. And it's just going to be empty. And just for the heck of it, we'll say aria hidden true. I think that's all we need to do. I think that's all we need to do. I just need something inside this button to style. So the li has a class of dot, and then we're styling the button. Plus we have some active styles. So I'm going to comment this out. I'm going to say dot dot button circle. And the circle is going to have these styles. Yeah. Okay. So then this just needs some padding. So if this is 1 by 1, then we would want padding of 1 rem. So now we have a tap target. We have a tap target of 48 by 48. They're pretty spacey, but let's see if we can play with it a little bit. Let's be real. I am very much going to make this work because we'll just call it laziness. Let's just call it laziness. I need to do a little math here. So if I make these 1.25, then that would mean, how much padding do we need then? So 3 minus 1.25 is 1.75 divided by 2 is 0.875 padding. I mean, listen, I'm okay with this. We have our tap target. It's a little spacey, but it's okay. What do we think? I like it. So let's say, what's a normal laptop size? About 1600 pixels? Yeah, I'm fine with that. Nice and clear. And then let's make sure that there is a hover and a focus. So really, we would just do, oh, whoops, don't, come on. So this would be dot, this would be dot, and then cursor. We want to make sure this has a cursor. Yeah. I like it. I'm into it. You know what we could also do? We could put instead of having the dots on the bottom, we could align them over here on the left. Let's try it. I think we need to try that. I see that all the time. So, because we're absolutely positioning it. So instead of, so this would actually be top 50%. And then this would be transform, translate Y. And then this would be left 1 rem. And then this would be flex flow. This would be column. And we could move this over a little bit too. I think I'm going to go with dots on the left. I've seen this before. I like it. We got a nice big tap target. Let's see what, this is mostly mobile. How would this look? Ooh, so we would need to just, let's do a media query for these. Is that going to bump into text though? It's, what's happening here? Why is, so it really doesn't like what's happening here on mobile. Why? It's position absolute. Why would it matter? Oh, is it because of that? Yes, it was because of this. Okay, let's try this again. Top. And this would be Y, and then this would be column. Hallelujah. So it was just that media query. But it's really bumping into that text. It's not going to hold up well against that text. So we're going to keep it on the bottom. We are going to have to change the aspect ratio once we get down to about here. We're just going to have to adjust the aspect ratio to make sure everything fits. That is fine. Let's just do like a tiny bit of refactoring also before we let GitHub Copilot mess around with our stuff. So let's just tidy up our JavaScript a little tiny bit. Function copyright. We'll do function menu toggle. And let's make sure that this is looking to make sure that that button even exists first. So if the button is there, go ahead and do this. And then we'll do function escape toggle. And let's add an if here as well. If open, just check and make sure that button exists. And then here's our observer. I'm going to make all those variables global so we can reuse them if we want to. Function, what is this? On scroll. So we have copyright, menu toggle, escape key toggle, and then on scroll. And let's make sure we didn't break anything. Oh, we broke something. Oh, all right, that works. This still works. Yep. And we can still escape. Perfect. Okay. All right, GitHub Copilot. You're up, buddy. Build with agent mode. AI responses may be inaccurate. Wonderful. generate agent instructions to onboard AI onto your code base. I don't know what that means. How do I want to add a page? Next.html. So we'll do this right here. Function slider. And then I'm going to put a note here. I'm going to say, need a slider function. Okay, need a slider function to handle image or content sliders on the page. This function will be implemented in the future to allow for dynamic content display and user interaction with sliders. It will likely involve event listeners for navigation, buttons, and logic to okay. Need a slider that works with the given HTML and dots for navigation. The slider should automatically transition between slides every 5 seconds. Nope, that's a hard pass. The slider should not automatically transition, but should allow users to click on the dots to navigate between slides. Each dot should correspond to a specific slide, and the active dot should be visibly distinct from the inactive dots. Okay, part of this. And the active dot should be given an active class to indicate which slide is currently being displayed. The slider should also have a smooth transition effect when navigating between slides. Okay. Hang on. The slider CSS is already set up to show one slide at a time, and the dots are styled to indicate which slide is currently active. The JavaScript will need to handle the click events on the dots, update the active slide, and toggle the active class on the dots accordingly. Okay, yes. What else? Let's add a variable. Slides. Okay, is that right? So the UL is hero slides, the LI is slides. Slides, hang on, hero slides. You didn't get why I gave you the index.html for context. No. And then const slide. Const dots, query selector all. Slide dots. Oops. No. Oh, maybe. Slide dots button. Yeah. No. Slide dots for the array. No. No, stop. And then dot. Query selector dot. This is dot button. So we've got slides, slide, dots, dot. No, stop. Slide dots, dot. And then the active goes on, the active actually goes on the LI. So maybe we need another one for dot button. And then the active class for the dots is dot dot. No, just feels like a wrestling match. No, stop. The active class for the dots is dot dot, which is the li right here. Okay. I'm literally just hitting tab to here. Dot button for each button, add event listener, click, slides for each slide, dots for each. Is that it? Honestly, it's not complicated. It's very similar to the filter categories. So now we just need to, yeah. Okay, so we need to give it some more context here. Well, wait a second though. Did it add the styles and maybe I just didn't, and I just need to do the CSS now? So let's take a closer look here. So here's our dots and here is our slides. No, so there's an error. Cannot read properties of undefined reading class list. Please finish the JavaScript for the slider using the comments as requirements for the functionality. Oh, do I have to? Okay, hang on. Oh, it changed my markup. Gosh darn it. Why did it do that? That's so annoying. So there we go. There's our active. There's our active. Nice. That's all I need it to do. I can do everything else. That's it. We just match it up and add active classes, and then the CSS does all the work. This is literally all I cared about. So what did we... Okay, you saw me put in the correct markup and it changed it, right? I don't like that. But beggars can't be choosers. Okay, so we have a slider function, and then we have a function called update active states. So we for each through the slides, we for each through the dots, and we remove the active class if there is one, and then for each through the buttons, set an attribute aria pressed. Hang on, I didn't see that. I want to see that. So if it's active, it's aria pressed to true. Perfect. Add active classes and update aria pressed state. So whichever is the slide or the button that's being pressed, the corresponding slide and dot based on the index gets an active and aria pressed true. Add a click event listener to the dot buttons. And then we run the function based on the click event. Initialize the first slide as the dot active. I actually understand all of this. I kind of wish I had been able to write it myself. So simple, extremely happy with this. So now let's just do our CSS. let's just do our CSS. So we're going to take, so we want li slide dot active. I'm going to close this. So by default, these would be whoops, opacity 0, pointer events none, but the active class would be opacity 1, pointer events, what's the default? All. Is that the right keyword? Huh. That's it. This is all I wanted. This is all I wanted my slider to do. I wanted it to be manual, super simple. I didn't want it to be so it was auto running. This is perfect. This is perfect. So I think we need to make sure that we've got some more accessibility things working here. So let's tab through. So that's a fresh refresh of the page. Let's tab through to make sure. So we're hitting that top banner first. We go through each of the navigation items. There's our icon. There's the call to action for the slide that's visible. And then, so there's 2 clicks before it gets down to the buttons, which means that it's going through all of the content and all of the buttons before it's getting to the dots. So I wonder if that's okay. Let's ask. Let's ask some more questions here. When I use the keyboard to tab through, each CTA button in each slide is getting focused, not just the visible slide. Should I make the hidden slide button or link hidden so it doesn't get focus until the actual slide is visible? Okay, so you should keep non-visible slides out of the tab order. The clean way is to mark every non-active slide as inert and aria hidden true for the accessibility tree. That removes all links and buttons inside from focus without you micromanaging each call to action. Here's a drop-in pattern you can bolt onto your slider code. So it thinks that I'm using the code that it gave me, which I didn't. So, okay, why this is the right move. Inert removes the whole subtree from the tab order and from the screen reader tree, so users only reach controls in the visible slide. Aria hidden true mirrors that intent for assistive text. For assistive tech, you avoid brittle per element tab index -1 hacks. This is true. I do not want to use tab index. Focus gets rehomed to something visible, so you do not strand keyboard users on an unfocusable element. Notes, inert is widely supported now. If you must support very old browsers, you can add a tiny polyfill, but most modern users are covered. If you ever switch from fade to translate, keep this same pattern. So we can add aria hidden true and inert ourselves. So we would want to do this. So are we doing aria hidden? Wait a second. Aria hidden true on the entire slide, right? And aria hidden true and inert on the entire slide. So we're actually doing set attribute aria hidden true. I think we would do, yep, perfect. And then I think we also want to do slides for each slide. Stop. Can't we just do inert? But there's no true. Does there have to be another value? Does that work just like that? How do you remove an attribute? I think you do this. How do you remove it? Inert false. Okay, what happened to this? Oh, wait, that's not what I wanted. Slides. Yeah. Stop. Let's see if that works. Oops. Oh, I think it's because, well, we don't have any CSS yet. Oh, they all say aria hidden true. Wait a second. Okay, so that's working. I didn't see inert though in here. Where is it? Isn't it supposed to be an attribute that shows up? So, okay, so we're gonna ask for help. Add inert attribute to all slides to prevent interaction when not active. Oh, it is a true false value. I thought it was just inert or not inert. Remove inert attribute. Oh, it is remove attribute. Okay. All right. I'm getting there. Okay, so the real test is going to be, can we tab through without going through every single slide? That worked. Nice. Hallelujah. That's it. That's all I wanted to do. This is super simple in my opinion. This works perfectly well. I'll add this here. I love it. I thought inert didn't have a true false value or didn't have a value. I thought it was either inert or like it existed or it didn't exist. This, in hindsight, seems obvious. This is perfect. This is exactly what I wanted. I don't like how much control. I don't like that I try to fill some things in ahead of time because I feel like I'm being helpful, and it just changes everything. So I don't like that. But we are done here, and I'm going to turn this off because I don't like having it on. It bothers me. So I am happy with this. So we're going to go top to bottom. Let's fix this link. I think this is just our top banner link. Banner. I think we just need to say, text decoration transparent. Well, no, we want it to be this by default, and we want it to be transparent on hover. There we go. Perfect. The other thing that I think we need to do is our navigation is a little off kilter. That's because we are using display flex, and we have a width on this, which is 200, which means we need to have a width on this container as well. So for this, and then we're going to have to say, for this, justify content, instead of center, we'll want to say flex end. There, now this is nice and centered, and then we'll make sure that we have, I'm pretty sure we have a max width on this. Yeah, so we'll put a max width on that as well. So let's find our social. Social navs. So this is just social. Width 200 pixels, max width 100%, and then our main social, which technically it's getting its styles up here, but we just have to change the justify content to flex end. There. And we need to fix that too. Yeah, it's making things a little squishy there, isn't it? I just feel so put out today by any issues that I'm having. I just feel put out. Should we just change the gap in the navigation? What's the easiest way to, what's the least amount of work for me? What's the least amount of work for me? That's what I would like to know. Is that too close together? Can we fudge this a little bit? Yeah, 1.5. We can do 1.5. Okay, and then what's happening with this button? Oh. So I think as soon as this goes into mobile, we have to take the width off of this, obviously. So then we're just going to want to make sure that we have this in a media query. Well, I think we're probably going to want to say none, right? And oh, auto. Yeah. All right, that works. Okay, now the part that I don't really want to deal with, but I have to. So we need to make sure, although that's pretty small. Although we need to make sure, we just need to change, I'm just going to change the aspect ratio for mobile. So maybe once we get down to like 400, although we're overlapping our buttons. What's easiest for me? That's all I care about right now. So we just want to make sure that our buttons aren't overlapping anything. So where is this? This is about 450-ish, 455. Let's just say 500. So let's just say at 500, so we changed the aspect ratio at 960. We just need to change it again at 500. That is fine. So what do we want to change this to? Or we could just give it a bigger aspect ratio period at 960 and not maybe we could move this up a little. If we just move that up like 10% on mobile and then increase that holds up pretty well. Not really, 300. So our dots are not overlapping the button. Should we just do a square? Let's just do a square. That gives us plenty of room. And then we just, let's do a square as the aspect ratio. And then this, what if we just left that at 40%? That moves it up anyways, which I kind of like. A little bit of overlap there. We'll do a media query. We'll do a media query. And I'm also going to change. So at 960, let's do this first. Hero text wrap, one thing at a time. I'm good with this. And we're not changing this for mobile. So this is going to be top 40%. And then we're going to do another media query for this at, should we just try 600? See how 600 looks. Just make it a square. So far, so good. Yes, yes, yes. Yeah. We love. Beautiful. Nothing's overlapping. We can still access everything here. So that's the other thing, is the scroll now for the banner is good for mobile, but I kind of screwed it up last week for desktop. So for that, it looks good because we changed the line height. When did we change the line height? So that line height changed at 960. You could see it there. Which means that we need to adjust that scroll. So, oof, we're so close. Okay, so here's what we need to fix. So this was 35 originally for desktop, but we need to put this in a media query. Don't need this. 28. There we go. And I think we just made this a static height. I have less text in there now, so we could probably change that media query. What do we think? 350? Let's do it. Oops. It's a little fussy. There we go. There we go. And there we go. Beautiful. God dang it. I love it. I freaking love it. I'm so happy with this. We have plenty of room in between. Yeah, it looks great. Whoops. Okay. So now let's take out some of the things that we know we don't need. Like, let's take out these links. Okay, we're done with our slides. We're going to be doing this next. So let's go through and like clean up some of our markup that we know we don't need. And then we're going to tighten up that scroll position. So let's just remove some of these. And I'm going to take out this, the shop category. We don't need this. We can add it later if we need to. And then let's take, well, is there anything else we need to remove? I'm going to leave these buttons for now because I haven't decided yet if I'm going to link to anything. I don't think there's any other markup I need to take out. So we put text align center on this container and I want everything justified to the left. So I'm just going to take that off. Let's see if we can find it. Right here. The other thing that we did, well, okay, we need a wrap for this. So this needs to be in a wrapper. Or what's the least amount of work for me? What's the least amount of work for me? Because the wrap is around the cards. The least amount of work for me is that we put text align center back and we just do text align left here. No muss, no fuss. So we'll leave these centered. That's fine. Those can be centered. That has margin. That doesn't really have margin. That has margin. I think that's fine. We're going to fine tune some of this space. So do we feel like maybe this H2 needs some fine tuning? This has one rem on the bottom. The one below it. Yeah, that does look a little better. And then let's do this. Let's put a max width of what, 80 is it 80 characters for accessibility? So we'll say card section, secondary heading, plus a paragraph. So if a paragraph exists, it would be the description. We'll say max width 80 ch. Oh, and we also have to say margin 0. And we could make it, doesn't have to be, we can make it less. There we go. Oh, and it is going to need some margin on the left and right. Well, really just padding. We'll just give it padding on the left and right. There we go. Beautiful. All right, this section, done. I think this section is pretty well done as well. I'll finish the content this evening. I'm good with this section. I'm good with this section. Let's get this. We need to just reposition these images a little bit. So this is the grid item in the portrait section. So here, it's the portrait grid item image that we're going to just tweak because the positioning right now is object fit cover. We're going to add object fit position. I'll show you here. We're going to add a couple of things, but we're going to add object position. So it's XY, so we're going to say center, that stays the same. It's center by default. And then I'm going to say, I think I decided 20% or 30%. Just moves it up a little, there, right there. Just moves this down 30%. And then we're going to put a border around the figure. So object position center 30%, and a percentage works better than a pixel value. Don't ask me why. I tested it and it just works better. It's way more flexible. And then on the figure, we're also going to put a border of 2 pixels solid, and I want to use this gray color. Okay, now this section. So first let's make this a square. So this is the class testimonial, and this is the image. We're just going to change the aspect ratio of the figure. And we don't really have any styles, I don't think. We just sort of let it be natural. So testimonial figure. We'll say width 100%. You have to have a width and a height. I think you have to have a height of auto. ChatGPT keeps telling me you don't, but I need to. It doesn't work without it for me. So width 100%, height auto, aspect ratio 1. And then testimonial image. Width 100%, height 100%, and then object fit cover. So that should be a nice square now. Beautiful. I also added to the testimonial right here, I added an H2, which we didn't have before, which means that we can change this from a div to a section. It can't be a section if it doesn't have a heading. So we can update that now. Kind of want to take out the quotes. I just don't feel like I need them. So I'm going to take them out. And then I had styling here for them. I'm going to remove that. Oh, and I already had this. We don't need this twice. And then for our stars, let's make them gold. Or let's try yellow. It's just an accent color. It doesn't require any user interaction. So we can make these a color. Definitely yellow. All right. And then I'm going to move these stars up and put them underneath the heading. And then does the citation need to be inside of a block quote? I don't know. Does a cite element belong inside block quote element, or can it be on its own? Okay, short answer. A cite element can appear inside a block quote or on its own. Both are valid. It depends on what you're doing. Block quote, used for quoted content, typically a longer external quote. And I copied this block quote content from the pattern description where I linked to. So this is indeed a quote. This is something that Summerlee wrote on her Ravelry page. The cite identifies who or what the quotation is from. Okay. Cite on its own represents the title of a work or the source of a quote reference. It doesn't have to live inside. Okay, so that's all I need to know. So I'm going to put it inside the block quote, just like that. Many people think site must be the author name. Technically, it's meant for the title, but the HTML spec and assistive tech now accept author names too. So both site and site are fine. Best practice inside a block quote, good place to credit the quoted source on its own. Okay. That's all I need to know. So this is formatting wise, this is all I need to do. We need to add some margin. We just need to add some margin to these items. Or everything's inside the block quote. Let's look at our styles for the block quote. Because what is easiest for me? That's all I care about. Testimonial, lock. Did I give it a class? I didn't give it a class. Stars. Okay. I think all we need to do. Really, I didn't give block quotes. I must have. Did I up here? Yes. Let's do this. Block quote. Any paragraphs inside a block quote should have some margin on the bottom. And I bet that's going to fix it. And then let's okay. And then here's our stars. Let's just give this stars container some margin to push it down. There. There. And then this links right to the pattern, and this is a free pattern. So I love this. Let's see how this looks on mobile. We're just about done here. This is going very, oop. That is kind of busting out of its container. Oh, I don't think we wrote any responsive styles here. So let's just pop in a media query. Where are we here? How did, I used grid. I mean, why is that the only thing moving? Like, this is not flexible at all. Oh. Well, no. It's because of, probably because of the aspect ratio. Okay, we're gonna write a media query. So 1300. All right, it's not the end of the world. So we're gonna write a media query for this. Oh, so we already have it for 960. We just need to do it early, that's all. That's a big image. Do we want to adjust this aspect ratio? Yeah, I'm going to adjust the aspect ratio too. So what would that be? 8, 6, 4, 4 to 3? Yeah, I could probably in the future come up with a better solution for this, but I'm totally happy with this. I'm completely happy with this. So, yeah, this is what it looks like on nitpicks. I mean, I'm just gonna go out on a limb and say that maybe we did it slightly better. Maybe we did it a little better. I don't know. Just saying. Okay, this is done right here. This is all good right here. Our little Instagram grid stacks really nicely. For this right here, for this text in the About Me, I did originally put a line break, which there's nothing wrong with, but once you get down to mobile sometimes, it just doesn't look good. So let's put a max width. Let's put a max width on that, just like we did. What did we do? Max width 60 characters. So this would be About Us. And we clamped that margin. So if we put a max width here of 60 characters, we have to make sure that we also have auto in here. Yeah. Beautiful. Okay, next we're just going to touch up the footer a little bit, and after the footer, the last thing that we have to do is we're just going to fine tune those scroll points. And we are done, and we can just be all deployment tomorrow. And then I will update the content. I will finish updating the slider content tonight. The only thing that we might do tomorrow morning before deployment is style a container for the image, because this is not accessible to have this text over top of these images. So we're just going to style a container, and then we may have to slightly tweak the mobile styles for the slider, but we're in a very, very good position right now with the mobile, the slider styles on mobile. That doesn't scare me. I'm not bothered by that. And then we can just jump right into deployment. So we might do a tiny little bit of CSS in the morning. Okay, so here's what we did last week on the footer. We have 3 things in the footer. I think we just said for the paragraphs, we gave these a width. And then for the paragraph last of type, I did text align. So I think we can just change the width. So if there was no width, how wide is it? 251.7. What's a slightly more flexible way to deal with this? I had an idea. So instead of doing this for both paragraphs, what if we just did on the last one, min width 251.7 pixels and text align right? Why does it still have kilter? But that should be centered. Oh, it's because, hang on, did I screw something up here with this? Yes. It's because I gave this a width of 200. Okay, so that's cool. I think we can. So this worked. And I think we just have to say footer social with auto. And max width, I guess just none. $251.7. 251.7. Why is this still? Does it seem a little off? So it's row, justify content space between, center, no gap. I mean, technically, it's centered. It looks a tiny bit off though, doesn't it? Maybe I just can't worry about it. Let's see how this looks. This needs a little bit of padding. Yeah, this looks fine. We're good. Let's fine tune. Let's fine tune our this. So we need to reduce the padding. Where are we here? This right here. So we need to add our anchor points and we need to reduce our padding, and that's the last thing. So let's collapse some of these. And then we will get this pushed up to mobile. Oh, and we actually need to take these IDs off. Whoops. Oh, I don't think I had something for that, for the Instagram, just the About Us. All right, and now our anchor points. Where do we put that? Well, I put top -5 rems. I'm going to change that to 4, and then what we need to do is adjust now the padding, because we added tons of padding. We originally had it at 4 rem, no, 2 on the top and bottom, and then I changed it to 4. So let's get down. So let's change it back to 2. This was okay. Change this back to 2. Change this back to 2. This was already 2. And this was 2. All right, let's see how this works. Give it a nice clean refresh. What do we think? I feel like top yarns, this is such a nitpicky thing. I feel like top yarns, there's just a wee bit extra space there. Otherwise, these are all lining up perfectly. But maybe not. That might be consistent. And then this is never going to pull all the way up. That's fine. This literally just gets you to the bottom of the page. And then we can go back to top. We'll go back here. Okay. Let's see what's happening now on mobile. Let's make sure this works. So we'll go back to top. That is like flawless. Oh my gosh. This needs a little bit of padding right there, that title. And this does scroll to the About Me section on mobile, so that's perfect. Okay, let's adjust this a little bit, these styles a little bit. Oh yeah, so this has, we need to adjust this H2 for the links, and that's gonna look a lot better. Wow. Yeah. And then I think this also is just gonna need a 1 rem of padding on the left and right, so it doesn't hug that edge. Yeah, look at that. Okay, so I think that, if there's too much space, I bet it's because there's margin. How much you want to bet? No, that's okay. That one's okay. Yep, that one's okay. Okay, so we'll adjust this margin. So this is the testimonial secondary heading. There, that already looks better. We'll have to confirm that that still looks okay on desktop. I freaking love it. Yeah, this looks just fine. I feel like we should align, these are aligned like start. Let's make sure that these are align items center. Yeah. So let's just add align items center to the testimonial wrap. Beautiful. We did it. Let's do this one more time. Love it. So let's just put a little container around this. And we may have to adjust some of our, I think we can just do it right here on the hero text wrap. Okay, so the hero text wrap, right here, we're going to add a background color. We could do black. And let's try 50% alpha transparency. And let's give this some padding. I'm going to give this 4 rems of padding. Yeah, we're definitely going to have to adjust some of the responsive styles. Oh, maybe not. That might actually be okay. We'll see. We can make adjustments. Yeah, I'm good with the black. I'm good with the black. And then we're also going to use an accessibility, the Waze, I think it's the Wave browser extension to test accessibility. And then I'm going to do a pseudo element to just do something. Make it somewhat decorative. So we'll do before content. You need the content property in order for these pseudo elements to work. I'm going to say display block, position absolute, which means this needs to be position relative. And then I'm going to say top 2 rems, left 2 rems, and then we're going to say width calc 100% minus 4 rems, which is the amount of padding. Same for the height, calc 100% minus 4 rems. Then we're going to say border 2 pixels. Let's do dotted. And then what color should we make it? We'll try a couple different things. We'll try tan. I don't know how this is going to look. I love it. Let's make the dots a little bit bigger. How did I get that on the first try? I love it because the tan kind of matches the wood grain in the background. I think I'm going to make it a little, darker. We could make the dots different based on the image. That seems like a lot of work though. I'm going to make that, let's make this a little darker. Yeah. And this picture I'm going to replace. I don't love this picture, but I really like this picture. But yeah, I think this tan over the black works, but we don't have access. We can't click our button. So we just need to say pointer events, none. So let's make sure that we didn't wreck all of our responsive styles. So there's a little bit of overlap there. Not too bad though. So I think what we should do is just reduce the padding, and that's going to help with the overlap. I'm not going to monkey with too much positioning. So where do we want to reduce that padding? I think we should reduce the padding at 1300, and that's going to help. So I'm going to do a new media query here. And we'll do this. We're just going to change the padding from 4 rems to 2 rems. And then we're going to we're just going to change these right here. So this will be 1, 1, and then this will be 2 and 2. And that just kind of tightens that up a little bit. So I think that's really going to help with, yeah. So in this video, I'm going to show you how I set up a one-click LAMP stack on DigitalOcean, and LAMP stands for Linux, Apache, MySQL, and PHP. I've been using DigitalOcean for about 10 years. I love them. I think they're a great company, and they have very affordable hosting, especially for a really simple setup like a LAMP stack. Perfect for static websites, exactly the type of thing that we build on this channel. So I have a GitHub repository, which is linked down in the description, and everything that we do today is documented in this GitHub repository. We're just going to follow this GitHub repository and do the entire setup, but everything starts in DigitalOcean. So if you haven't created an account yet, go ahead and create an account. I do have a link in the description. It's an affiliate link. If you use my link, I do get credit if you sign up, and you will also get, I think, 2 months free. You don't have to use the link, but it's there if you would like to. So go ahead and sign up for an account. Once you log in, I recommend over here on the left-hand side that you create a project. In fact, you're probably going to be required to create a project. I have a project here called Fiber and Craft, and that's it. We don't have anything else yet. So I'm going to come up here and click this green button called Create and create a droplet. And the first thing that they want us to do is choose a region. Now, I live in the Midwest. I live in the Minneapolis-St. Paul area, and I generally choose New York. I could probably choose San Francisco or Atlanta. I'm kind of in the middle of everything. I think generally you would want to pick a region that is as close to your area, your location in the world. I tend to pick New York, and that works really well for me. Don't pay any attention to the price down here in the lower left-hand corner. That's going to change as we choose our options. Next, we're going to go to choose an image and marketplace. And we want the LAMP on Ubuntu 24.04. I'm going to select that. Add a worry-free managed database. No, I don't need a database. This is a static website. I generally choose a shared CPU basic, and I choose the regular CPU option. And I'm going to choose the $6 a month option. This is 1 gig CPU, 25 gigs of SSD disk space, and 1,000 gigs of transfer. This is usually plenty for a static website. In fact, you could put a handful of static websites on this little server and you would be just fine. Additional storage. Nope, we don't need additional storage. Enable an automated backup plan. It really depends on your situation. I am not going to choose this because this is just a personal site. And I also, since it's a static website, I kind of consider my GitHub repository as a bit of a backup. I also have a local copy. So I'm not going to choose this. Now, if this was a client site or an enterprise level production site, yeah, I might go ahead and choose this. I think it is good to have multiple redundant backups, but for our situation, no, I'm not going to choose this. Next, authentication method. I highly recommend that you always choose SSH key. Do not choose password. In fact, once we get logged into the droplet, I am going to disable root login and password login. I have 3 SSH keys loaded into my DigitalOcean account, and I'm going to select all 3. If you need to create an SSH key, or if you want to create a new SSH key, click on New SSH Key. Follow the instructions to do so. I also have a link in the repo if you're on Mac or Linux. If you're on Windows, go ahead and Google it. It's a very common tutorial. You won't have any trouble finding instructions. And then you will paste the public key pair here in this space. I highly recommend that you use the SSH key authentication method. Next, add improved metrics. It's free, so yes, I am going to check this. And next, I'm going to change the droplet name or the host name, and I'm just going to call it Fiber and Craft, just like that. No, I'm not going to add any tags. You can see here that it wants you to choose a project, so I'm going to choose the project that we designated. The cost here has updated to $6 a month. That's perfect, and we're going to create the droplet. And that took I think that took about 90 seconds. I don't even think it took a full 2 minutes, but you can see here now we have our IP address for the droplet. So I'm going to copy this, and the next thing I'm going to do is update my DNS settings on Hover. I keep all of my domain names on Hover. I do have a domain called fiberandcraft.com, and we can look here at the overview. There's just some details about the renewal price and when I registered it, when my next renewal date is. There are 2 ways to point a domain name to a hosting provider. We could do the name servers here down in the lower left-hand corner, which default to Hover. I'm not going to point the name servers. I'm actually just going to manage the DNS settings. These are the default DNS settings that Hover assigns to a domain name, and I don't need any of these. MX records are related to email, so if you're using your domain name for email, don't delete your MX records. But I don't need this for email, so I'm going to go ahead and delete these, and I'm going to delete these A records. And I'm going to create 2 new records. I'm going to create a new A record. The host name is the @ symbol and our new IP address. We'll click Add Record. And I'm going to create a CNAME record. The host name is www, and the target name is the domain name, so fiberandcraft.com. Did I spell everything correctly? Yes. And the TTL for both of these is 15 minutes. I can tell you that domain and DNS settings, in my experience, generally propagate pretty quickly, like usually within about 10 or 15 minutes. Technically, they can take 24 to 48 hours. I think part of that has to do with your location in the world. I'm in a big metro area, so things tend to update pretty quickly. But if it takes 24 to 48 hours, that is not that unusual. So just be aware. But I think if you do this right away, by the time you're done with the server setup, these domain settings will be propagated. So now we're going to go back to DigitalOcean, and we are going to add this domain name to this server. So we want to click on Manage DNS on DigitalOcean, and we are going to add a domain. So our domain is fiberandcraft.com, and this is our project, Fiber and Craft. We'll add the domain. And right away we get something here that says, what's next? You need to update your name servers with your domain register for the records below to take effect. So actually, we don't need to do that because we are not managing our domain using the name servers. We're just pointing an A record and a C name. That's all that we're doing. Now, DigitalOcean puts in some default name servers. I recommend just leaving these. Don't delete these. We're going to create now 2 records, and it's the same records that we created over on Hover. So we're going to do an A record. The host name is an @ symbol, and go ahead and choose your droplet. And the TTL is 3600 seconds. That's perfect. We'll create the record. And we're going to create a C name. And the host name is www. And the alias is fiberandcraft.com. And I have to make sure I spelled everything correctly. I'm going to change the TTL to 3600. And we'll create the record. So now we have all of our DNS settings up to date, and we can go ahead now and log into our server. So let's get back to our project. And I'm just going to copy that IP address again. And if we look here at our, so we've done the first 2 things, right? We did the one-click install. We updated our DNS settings. Now we're going to do the droplet setup, and we're going to log in initially as root, but hang tight. We are going to create something called a Sudo user, but I don't want to get ahead of myself. So I'm going to type in SSH root at the IP address. And if you're logging into your server for the first time, this is the message that you're going to get. This key is not known. Are you sure you want to continue? And just go ahead and type yes. Beautiful. So now we are logged into the DigitalOcean server, and there's always this welcome screen when you log in. There's also something here called the message of the day. And the first thing that I do is I delete the message of the day. And it says down here to delete this message, go ahead and run this remove command. So I'm going to do that first. The next thing that we need to do is update and upgrade, because this is a snapshot. It's not current. This is maybe a week or a month old. I have no idea how old it is, but we're going to run apt update and apt upgrade, and we're going to have this yes flag. So we'll copy this in right here. And this will take a few minutes, maybe, I don't know, 5 minutes, something like that. Okay, and this is also pretty common. It's saying, what do you want to do about the modified configuration file? And it's defaulting to keep the local version currently installed. And yeah, that's exactly what we want to do. So go ahead and hit Tab on your keyboard to highlight OK and enter. Okay, so next it says optional reboot if kernel updates were installed. And honestly, I just reboot every single time. So I'm just going to type in reboot, and that will immediately close the connection. I'm going to just clear the terminal, and we're going to wait a minute or so and try to log back in. Give it a chance to reboot. Okay, let's try to log back in. Excellent. So everything is updated. 0 updates can be applied. We cleared the message of the day. Perfect. So next, let's just check what's installed. So we'll check Apache. Perfect. We'll check MySQL. Good. And we'll check PHP. And then we're just going to check and make sure, we're going to check the status of Apache. We're just checking to make sure that Apache is up and running. I'm pretty sure it is, but it's good to check. So really, this is all I'm looking for. Active, running, good to go. So I'm going to hit Q to quit that. Beautiful. So next, we're going to check the firewall, and we're going to type in UFW status. UFW stands for Uncomplicated Firewall, and that comes sort of pre-bundled with the DigitalOcean LAMP install. So UFW status, and this is the expected output. So as long as this is the output that you get, this is good. This is what we want. Next, we need to create a non-root sudo user. We are pretty soon here, we're going to disable root access, and we want to make sure that we have what's called sudo user. So I'm going to use the name Angela as a sudo user. You can use any name you want as a sudo user, but that's the name that I'm going to use. Also, when we add the sudo user, it's going to ask us this series of questions, and we're just going to enter right past them. You don't have to answer these questions. So let's add user Angela. And you do have to give your user a password. You're going to have to type, and it's a password that you're going to need to remember, because you're going to have to type that password in at least once per session. The first time you log into your server and you type in sudo to do a command, it's going to ask for a password. So make sure if it's a complicated password, make sure you write it down someplace. So I'm going to type in my password and type it in again. And then I'm just going to enter past these questions, and yes. Perfect. Now we have to add Angela to the sudo group. Sudo is an actual group. So we're going to say user mod add to group sudo Angela. Perfect. Now, we have those SSH keys that we chose when we were installing the droplet. Those SSH keys were installed specifically on the root user. We need to copy those SSH keys over to the Angela user. So let's go ahead and do that next. I'm just going to clear the console. So we're going to make that SSH directory for Angela. And then we're going to copy the keys from root. So we'll just copy and paste this. And of course, you're going to update that username to whatever it is that you decided to use. Whoops. And then we're going to change the ownership and the read, write, execute permissions of .ssh. So first we change the ownership. Then we're going to change the read, write, execute permissions. Perfect. Next, we need to disable the root login with SSH, and we're going to be using something called the Nano editor, and I just put a little box here to show you how we save and exit Nano. So it's Control X, Y, enter, enter again. So we're going to do this a couple of times. So I'll talk through it, but I just wanted to sort of point out that I did type it here in case you sit down and do this yourself and you don't remember how to exit out. So we need to go now to this sshd config file. So we're going to say nano, and then we're going to pull up this file and edit this file. And we're looking for two things. We're looking for something that says permit root login, and we're going to change it to no. And we're looking for password authentication, and we're also going to change this to no. So I'm just using my trackpad to scroll down, and I can also use the arrow keys to move around. So permit root login, we're changing that from yes to no. And now we're looking for password authentication. And it's right here. So password authentication is commented out. We're going to remove that. And then we're going to change this from yes to no. And then I hit, you can see down here, to exit, we want to do Control X, yes, enter. And that's how we exit and save that file. We're going to do that a couple more times. Next, we need to reload SSH. So I'm going to take this. And now we want to reconnect as the new user. So I'm going to exit, clear the terminal. And now we want to log back in as so this will be a test to see if our DNS settings have propagated, but we should be able to log back in this way. We'll find out. We're going to find out together. Okay. And the reason that I'm getting this message, and I forgot about this, the reason I'm getting this message is because I've actually set up this domain name several times before. This is probably my 5th or 6th time doing this. And what we need to do is on your local environment, you have something called a list of known hosts. And we just need to clear that list because I've already done this authentication several times with different IP addresses. So the way we clear that is we just type in SSH-keygen -R and fiberandcraft.com. And this says that we removed that from our local known hosts. That's just a file that you have locally. So if you run into this, if you destroy your droplet and reset it up several times using the same domain name and you see this message, that's what's happening. So now let's try to log in again. And now we're getting that same message that we got when we logged in the first time as root. It's basically saying, hey, do you trust this? Are you sure? And we're going to type yes. And now we are logged in and we can see our dashboard again. And we don't have to do any security updates. So this is perfect. This means now that we have disabled root login. We can log in as the domain name. So this means that our domain has propagated if we were able to use the domain name. So that's good. And we're logged in as our Sudo user, which is a best practice. It's the safe way to do things. So let's go ahead and clear the terminal. So where do our files on the server actually live? So I'm going to cd to var www, and then I'm going to list the files. And you can see here there's a folder called HTML. So I'm going to cd into HTML, and then we'll list these files. And DigitalOcean automatically puts an index.html file into this HTML directory. So we should be able to go now to fiberandcraft.com, and it says this site can't be reached. And that's because browsers are defaulting to HTTPS, but we haven't installed HTTPS. So come up to your browser here, delete that S, and it says it's not secure, but this is the default index.html page that DigitalOcean put in this directory. So that means that this is working. Our domain settings have propagated. We pointed our domain to the server, and that's good. That's good. This is exactly what we want to see. The other thing I want to point out here is that there's an owner and there's a group for every file and every directory. www-data is the Apache, default Apache owner and group, and generally that's what you want. But we're going to add the Sudo user to the www-data group, and that is so we can rsync from our local environment to the remote environment without having to change permissions. So that's what this next set of instructions is. We're going to add the Sudo user to the data group. So we're going to sudo the user mod add group www-data Angela. And it's asking me for my sudo password, so I'm going to type that in. And then we have to log out and log back in for the group change to take effect, so I'll type exit. And then I'm going to SSH back in again. And we see our welcome screen. And now I'm going to look at the groups. And you can see here, Angela, sudo, www-data, users. Perfect. So I'm going to clear the terminal. So now we need to fix some permissions. It says here that 775 gives group write access. So Angela, as part of the www-data group, can update files without breaking Apache ownership. So we're going to change the ownership. Well, really, if we go, let's cd. And we'll cd in here. So you can see here that we already have, it's already www-data, but let's go ahead and run this again. I don't think it's going to change anything. Yeah, it's exactly the same. So even if it's already, the owner is already www-data, it doesn't hurt to run this again. And then we're going to just make sure that the read, write, execute is still accurate. And it did change the read, write, execute here. You can see that. It changed it, the 775 changed the permissions. You can see from up here to down here. So, and then it says here, if you want to make sure all future files keep that group, we can run this. Perfect. So now we're ready to actually deploy something. We're ready to deploy our files. And this is called rsync. And this is where we move our local files to our remote server. And in order to do that, we need a new terminal tab. So this is my server, this is my remote tab, and then this is my local tab. And we have this rsync. So let me just copy this here. And then I can explain a little bit about what's going on. And so there's a couple things going on here. So we start with rsync, and then we have some flags, AVZ, so archive, compress. Then we have a flag for progress, which means it's going to list out the files. Delete means that it's going to keep the remote in sync. So it's going to delete anything. If there's something in the remote that is not in the local, it's going to delete those files and then keep the files in sync. And then we have a list of files that we're excluding, directories and files. So I'm excluding anything with git. So we have here exclude git ignore, exclude GitHub, exclude DS store. This is this goofy file that Mac OS always adds to everything that's hidden. I'm excluding the README. I'm excluding the license. Then I have a path to my local directory, and we're going to deploy a landing page in my local directory in a folder called Coming Soon. And then the last part of the path is how we log in, angela@fiberandcraft.com, and then the path to this location on the server. And I have a note up here. Just remember that the trailing slash in your local directory path matters. So for users, Angela J. Holden, projects coming soon, slash syncs the contents of the folder. Without the slash, it would nest inside the folder. So it would look like this on the remote directory. And we don't want this. We just want the contents of coming soon to go inside HTML. So trust me, you're going to make that mistake about 150 times throughout your career. And you're going to be really good at fixing it, but I did put it in here just as a reminder. So I have this copied in here. I'm just going to go ahead and hit enter. And it says here rsync error. Don't worry about any of this because the stuff, if the stuff got synced, it got deployed up to the remote because we can see here it listed it all out. So if we come over here to our browser and we refresh the page, now we are seeing our landing page. So that means that our server is set up. Our domain name is working. We can deploy our files from our local environment. So this is great. So the next thing that we need to do now is we really need to deal with these domain names. Technically, you're going to have 4 domain names for one page. And that's because we've got, I'm going to show you here. I'm going to scroll down a little bit. We have 4 versions. We have 4 versions. We have HTTP and we have HTTPS. We've got the root domain and then we've got the www. And here's why you need to make sure that you are including www for both versions of the domain. It's just because of the sheer number of people who go to an address bar and they type in www. And the reason we need to create an SSL certificate for www is because, and I think I even have it here, we have to install an SSL certificate on both of the root and the www, even if we're just doing a redirect to the root. Browsers are checking the domain on port 443 first, and if the SSL TLS handshake fails, there's no certificate, then it can't complete the redirect. Make sure you install the SSL certificate on both versions of the domain. And yes, we are using Let's Encrypt, which is totally free, so you have nothing to lose. So we use Certbot for this. And I do have something here to make sure the DNS is ready. We know our DNS is ready, but we can still go ahead and ping the DNS. So there's just doing little pings. So I'm going to Control C to stop. Perfect, that's working. And we're going to use Certbot to install SSL, which does come with the one-click lamp. but just go ahead and make sure that it is installed. Oh, and we're on our local version. Look at that. So go back over to your remote version. And Certbot 2.9.0. Perfect. If for some reason it's not installed, this is how you can install it. So I did include something here just in case you need to install it. And then we want to run Certbot's Apache plugin, and we're requesting a certificate for the root domain and the www version. And you definitely want to enter your email address because Certbot will renew the domain certificate every 90 days. And if there's a problem with the renewal, you absolutely want to get that email. So I'm going to type in my email address. And I'll say yes to the terms and conditions. And I'm going to say yes to sharing my email address. And now it's requesting a certificate. Okay, and so it says here successfully received certificate, and it says where the certificate is saved and where the key is saved. This certificate expires on January 25th, 2026. These files will be updated when the certificate renews. Certbot has set up a scheduled task to automatically renew this certificate in the background, and we're going to take a look at that in a minute. Deploying certificate. Successfully deployed the certificate for fiberandcraft.com, and it gives us the path here in the Apache configuration, and the name of the configuration file is right here. We were unable to find a virtual host with a server name or address of www.fiberandcraft.com. Which virtual host would you like to choose? Go ahead and choose number 2. This is the certificate that Certbot created. So go ahead and choose whatever they successfully deployed, that's the one that you want to choose. So we're going to choose number 2. And it says, congratulations, you have successfully enabled HTTPS on fiberandcraft.com and www.fiberandcraft.com. Perfect. So now we have our HTTPS, our SSL certificates, and we need to go ahead, although I'm pretty sure they already did it, but we're going to go ahead and do it anyways. We just want to make sure that we are enabling this configuration. So I'm going to go ahead and run this, and I'm going to clear the console. And it says it's already enabled. Excellent. And I'm just going to reload Apache. Perfect. And then if you find yourself in a redirect loop, I'm not going to go into too much detail about what that is, but if you find yourself in a redirect loop, try to run this. That might actually help. Okay, so we want to do something called the auto renewal check. Certbot sets up something called a list timer, and it pings it's basically a timer to check twice a day, about every 12 hours, to see what the date of the certificate is. And as soon as it's within 30 days of renewal, it's just going to go ahead and renew. So let's see if the timer is working. And the timer is working. Perfect. And if you want to go ahead and do a manual renewal, you can, and you can even do a dry run just to see how it would look if you decide to do it. We don't need to do it here. I'm confident that everything is working. And then we're going to go ahead and check the certificates. Just want to confirm what I already believe is true. So the certificate name is fiberandcraft.com, and the domains are fiberandcraft.com and www.fiberandcraft.com. Perfect. Okay, so now if we refresh, now we're getting the HTTPS version. The problem is we have both versions. And even though a browser is always looking for HTTPS first, HTTP still exists. There are 4 versions of this domain name for one page, and we need to make sure that everything is redirecting back to the root. And to be clear, it doesn't matter what you choose for your domain. If you want your domain to be www, then that is perfectly fine. You can set that up, but you have to pick one and make sure that everything else redirects back to that choice. So in order to do that, this part admittedly is a little bit scary, but I think that if you got this far, you can absolutely handle it. And I think I did a really good job documenting it. So we're going to do it together. we are going to edit the Apache virtual host files. We have to edit the port 80 virtual host, which is HTTP, and the port 443 virtual host, which is HTTPS. So first, we actually need to open up this configuration file. So I'm just going to copy this path right in to the terminal. And we are now editing the virtual host file for port 80. So inside this virtual host file, we need to add these three things: a server name, a server alias, and a redirect for both of these things to the HTTPS version of our site. So I'm going to come right in here, and your mouse isn't really going to work in any of these files. You're just going to use your arrows in your keyboard. So server name, fiber and craft.com, server alias fiberandcraft.com, and redirect 301 / for the root of both of those, and then HTTPS fiberandcraft.com. Yeah, I probably could have copied and pasted them in there, but I guess I typed them. And then we need to comment out these 4 rewrite lines at the bottom of this file. So I'm just going to use my keyboard to arrow down, and I'm just going to comment these out with a hash. I'm not going to delete them because kind of a big baby and I don't like deleting things if I don't have to. And this is all we need to do now in this file. So Control X, yes, and F to save. And I'm just going to take a peek at it again to make sure everything looks good, and it does. Good. Okay, so there we go. We just edited the port 80 virtual host. Now we're going to edit the port 443. So I'm going to, this is the path to that configuration file, and open it up. And really what we need to do here is we need to add the server name and the server alias, and we need to add these rewrite rules. So I am going to copy these in. We can copy these in, no problem. And I see down here at the bottom, server name is already here, so I'm just going to delete this. Control K to delete that. And this all looks good. I'm not going to change anything else here. I'm just sort of scanning it to make sure I didn't spell anything wrong or miss anything. Okay, so Control X, yes, enter. And I'm just going to take a peek at that again to make sure everything's saved, and it did. So Control X. Excellent. Honestly, I think the virtual hosts are the hardest part. They're the scariest part for me. So, okay, make sure the rewrite module is enabled and reload Apache. So we already did this once. I'm going to do it again because even if it's fine, it doesn't hurt anything to do it. So I'm just going to run that again, and it says it's already enabled. Beautiful. And then I'm going to reload Apache. Okay, so now we want to test our redirects and make sure everything is redirecting to the correct place. So first, let's test the HTTP version. And this should be a 301 redirect to the HTTPS version, and it is. So we've got 301, and then here's the location. This is our desired domain. Now let's check the HTTP www. Beautiful. 301 location HTTPS fiber and craft. Now this is our preferred. This is what we want. So this should be a status 200. It is perfect. Status 200. Okay. And then finally, we're going to check the HTTPS version of www. Beautiful. 301 moved permanently, and here is our desired location. Love it. So now let's go back to the browser, And you can see here that that's our root. So let's type in www and should automatically redirect. There, beautiful. Let's try this in, we'll try this in incognito. Perfect. And I know I'm not going to be able to force, yeah, because it's already, it's defaulting to port 443, but you're going to have to trust me. You need to make sure you have a redirect in place for the non-HTTP, for the port 80, the HTTP version of the domain. So what is next on the list? I think that's it. We did it. We did it. So now we can log out of the server. We're done. I recommend that you log into your server once, I don't know, every week or so. Do the updates. I would actually recommend that you spin up a new server at least once a year. There's a saying in DevOps, treat your server like cattle, not like pets. It is not a pet. DigitalOcean makes it incredibly easy to destroy a droplet and spin up a new one. Get into the habit of multiple backup redundancies, whether you choose backups on DigitalOcean or if it's a static site and you use your Git repository as a backup, that's perfectly fine. It's worth noting that, or I hope you notice that this is completely independent from Git. So pushing to your Git repository doesn't have any impact on DigitalOcean. They are not connected. So you should still be pushing to Git separately and then deploying or rsyncing up to your remote environment separately as your final step in your production. And speaking of which, let's go ahead. We have this coming soon page, but really what I would like to do is I would like to deploy the actual website for this domain name. So this site is finished. We just spent, I think, 4 weeks working on this during the live streams. This is the intended project for the domain name fiberandcraft.com. So let's go ahead and deploy this with our rsync. So I'm going to find it here. And we can use the same rsync. We have to just change the path because we have a different path. So I'll show that to you here. The path right now in the instructions is coming soon, but that's a different path. So we're just going to change that. So here I'm logged out of the server, but I'm still going to flip over here to my local tab, even though both are local. I'm going to copy in. And then I'm going to just use my keyboard to backspace. And the name of my local directory is called nitpix clone. And let's just double check that. And that's what it is. So you can see here, this was the coming soon that we just deployed. But now I want to deploy nitpix clone. And because we have these flags, one of our flags here is delete. It's breaking to the second line, but you can see it there. rsync is going to check the local and remote and check to see what files are different or have been changed and keep those in sync because we have the delete flag. It's worth noting that these are the files that I'm excluding based on my project and what I'm deploying. Learn a little bit more about rsync. This is a great topic for ChatGPT, if you want to tell ChatGPT what your files are and what you should or shouldn't be excluding from a production environment. I do have a link in the repository to learn a little bit more about rsync. Decide what you need to exclude based on your own project. This is perfect for both of these projects, so I don't need to change any of these exclusion flags. Make sure that you have a good understanding of what you want to deploy to a production site versus what is okay to sit on a staging site. So now that I've updated this directory, I'm going to go ahead and hit enter. And it just deployed all of our files. So I can come over here and refresh. And some of those files are still propagating. So we've got images and HTML, but we don't have CSS yet. I'll refresh again. There we go. Perfect. And I'm going to come over here and we'll just load this up in a new tab. Beautiful. And I'll enlarge this a little bit. And I'm just going to test and make sure that www does redirect. Excellent. So you definitely can look forward to more deployment and DevOps content from me in the future. Probably the next thing that we're going to tackle is adding virtual hosts to so adding multiple domains to the same droplet. Again, for these static sites, you shouldn't have to spin up a new droplet and spend another $6 every time you have one little static website. So, and hands down, the most complicated part of this, in my opinion, is the SSL and the redirects, and really understanding how to edit those virtual host files, which can be scary sometimes. All right, everybody, have a great rest of your day. Have a great rest of your week, wherever you are. Thank you so much for hanging out with me today. We had a good crowd, and I will see you in my next one. Bye-bye.